this hearing. Now, I'm not sure if I've got anybody here today that wasn't here yesterday. Yes, okay, so I'll just do a couple of quick introductions. So my name's Mary O'Callaghan. I'm appointed as the chairperson for this hearing panel. My fellow commissioners, oh no, you're not working. No.
Come a bit closer. Good test. Oh, can you hear me? Yes. I'm Linda Kirkbeester.
Perhaps we'll just do a quick run through. So where we got to yesterday was we've finished hearing from the applicant, and today we're going to hear from submitters. So I did a bit of a roll call yesterday, but everyone's moved around. So I might just go through just where everyone is. We don't need to go through the whole introductions, but at the end of the table, we've got the applicants team there, led by David Randall, and we've got the regulatory team here, led by Tom Anderson, the chap in the suit there. And we've got some other council staff down the back observing things and helping with the running of the hearing. So now we have, we'll just go through in the order so I can work out. Sorry, and just to reiterate, people just check their cell phones are on silent or switched off. That would be great. Exits in the event of a fire. Earthquake, I'm guessing we're getting under this nice big heavy desk, so that'll be good. But in the fire, we just go out these doors here, turn right, and we go through 2 sets of doors and we exit onto the car park, and then we walk around between the library and this building to where the council vehicles are parked on the other side. That's the assembly area. What else did I need to just cover? So, and just a reminder, when people are addressing us, that the questions are just from us. There shouldn't be any interruptions from other parties, and just courtesy around those matters. So just looking at the agenda today, so we were looking to kick off with Barbara and Gary Ashton. So you're Gary, so welcome. Great. And then have we got, forgive me, have we got Andrew and Leanna Burgess? Yep, we've got Leanna. Lovely. And Bruce Barnett? He's not here. Okay. Does anyone know if he's intending to come? Okay. I understand Fred Davey will be joining us via Zoom on the screen there.
Yes.
Morning. The
Morning.
voice from the depth.
Indeed.
And so, and Murray Guy, it's you, great. Claire Holden and Michael Wilson. Okay. And Zena Knight. Yeah, thank you. Right. That is probably all of our, that's good to know who's everyone's here. So, all right, well, look, without further ado, I think we will just kick off and here to hear first from Gary Ashton. Now, we have read your submissions, but we've heard a lot in the last day, so we're happy for you to remind us and refresh us of the concerns and expand on any points that you would like to. So, and that's the same for all submitters. So, thanks. And make sure, can we just test the microphone before you get too far in it? No.
Okay.
Ah, perfect.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Do I start now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I've got a house at 1 Manly Street, and my objection would be if the car park beside us, which is actually a legal road, unformed legal road, if it gets that part of it gets a bit out of hand, I'll lose my corner section and I won't be able to develop my property like I planned. I've really got no objection to, in fact, I think a biosecurity is needed, but I certainly don't think the $7,500 million is really worth spending on something the size of the house. Yeah, that's I'm really here to have a listen. So my 15 minutes is up. Thank you.
So perhaps can we just get a drawing up so we can understand the concern a bit more that you're talking about? So
Yeah, go for your life.
just so we're talking about the area near the proposed buildings.
It's the area, it's the northernmost area past on the northern side of the dive club and boat club.
So that's your southern boundary, is that correct?
That's my southern boundary, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I don't think we have a plan that shows.
The plans that we've seen are fairly obscure, and it's put down as like, I think it's an existing car park, but I did have a meeting with council a few years ago, and they were wanting to change the designation of the unformed legal road to I can't remember the recreational reserve or scenic reserve. I think it was recreational. And at the meeting, I had a lawyer or a representative of Chapters, and the advice was that no way, because you lose your corner sight. You can put it with a block there, some good, whatever. So the council said, no, we won't. No, we can't do it without your sign off. So at that stage, I was all happy because whatever I was going to do in the future was look like it was being sorted out. But it's since then there's been a little bit of turbine channeling put in and some bollards, which happened soon after our meeting. That doesn't concern me. What concerns me is if that becomes part of this official car parking for the Cavity Island, whatever, then I won't be able to access my site on the unformed legal road when I redevelop. It's on the, if you see the one where it says Manly Street going up,
yep,
that's the unformed legal road, and you can see the cars parked there, which at this stage is no concern of mine because I don't go in that way at this stage. I used to go in at the top end, and I came back from holiday once, at the peak end of my house. Came back from holiday once, and my boat was in there, and some bollards that we put up to keep it in, which we were able to remove to get in and out anyway.
So that's the car park that's used at the moment by people for the tours here. That's your understanding?
No, it's not necessary for the tours.
For the boat, just accessing them.
No.
Huh?
It's just parking for people.
Yeah, but why would people be parking there? What is their activity?
Oh, the dive club, boat club,
Right.
anybody.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
And does it include people going on the Kapiti Island tours?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right, okay.
When the Kapiti Island tours go out,
Yeah.
that'll be full.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay. So my understanding, the proposal that we're looking at is only to the south of the river, which is not in any of the area where this particular.
Okay.
That's what we're looking at. Is my understanding.
Right. But on some of the plans that we get from council sent through, it's got it, and as part of that whole proposal thing, it does have a dotted line round saying parking, and there was talk about realigning the roundabout, which I don't know there's been that many changes to the plan. It's very hard to see where it stands right at the moment.
Yeah, so we're coming into this probably a bit cold compared to you. So I'm just wondering if the plans you're talking about are part of the application.
Well,
Have you?
they are part of the overheads that we get
Right.
when we get an email from the council.
Well,
If they're not on, if they're not part of your brief.
yeah, I mean, there's certainly some images that show the area. I'm just looking at the AE. There's some images that show that kind of area, but I think it's just sort of wider context for the broader area rather than particular works that are proposed under this resource consent application. But perhaps, yep.
From what I understand, looking at the plans, that area is McLean Park does include the boating club, but it just goes up to that boundary with Manly Street. So there is nothing in our plans that says anything about any changes to Manly Street in this proposal.
Okay.
So are there any other issues that you're concerned about in relation to the buildings that are proposed to the south of the stream?
Well, from my selfish perspective, the physical building doesn't affect me. You would hardly see it, but Barbara and I do think that it's it's a total overkill for what a biosecurity for the island needs, which is one of the main reasons that this was going to be built in for. Yeah, that's really me for the day. Thanks.
Okay, so you're just your main interest is trying to make sure that Manly Street remains as legal road, so that you've got access.
That's my selfish main reason. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not anything that we've been asked to make a determination on. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I think that's been really clear. Thanks. Sorry, Commissioner, do you have any questions? No. You're right. Thank you. Right. Next up is Liana Burgess. Is that right? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Now, most of you have probably, well, all of you hopefully have seen my submission and read my submission. So I don't really want to go through my whole submission again, because I'm assuming that you've all had a good read of that. I'm just going to refer to points within my submission and cross-reference those with anything that was said yesterday, valid points that support my submission. So first of all, we're going to go to point 5 of my submission. Is about the assessment prepared by Cutterus regarding the less than minor assessment. Okay, so yesterday during questioning of the applicant's witnesses, I personally believe that the visual impacts have yet to be fully assessed. You believe they've been assessed? I don't. Why? Because no lighting plan has actually been prepared prior to construction. And I know there was a point yesterday where it's been included that a lighting plan will be provided prior to construction, but after resource consent. Now, also the protection of the fortune. Now, yesterday, there was a word appropriateness. The commissioner asked about appropriateness and she addressed that. This was not adequately answered. It was brushed over about the appropriateness of that southern car park being located where it is. So the location wasn't adequately addressed. The evidence yesterday that was provided by Cray in response to the submitter's points records that the assessment identified moderate visual effects, reducing to low moderate on the basis of additional planting. That were in page 15, paragraph 88. It was noted that the proposed planting extends.
Sorry, can you just talk a little bit slower, because you're addressing kind of issues in response to some of the discussion yesterday, and I'm not able to take the notes quite quick enough. So I'm just concerned I'll not capture everything you're trying to say. So
this is regarding the visual impacts of the swing car park.
Yep.
So I don't believe the visual impacts have been fully assessed. Cutters say they have. I refute that, because no lighting plan has been prepared and the appropriateness of this particular location wasn't accurately addressed and answered yesterday. Okay, now Cutters assessed the visual effects as low, reduced it to low to moderate on the basis of additional planting. And it was noted yesterday that the proposed planting extends to low-level flax behind the curb that may screen vehicle bumpers, which is quite ironic, just the bumpers. So we contend that it's not consistent with reducing the visual impact to low moderate. Point 7, we heard that the proposed car parking provided in Zone 6 in relation to the car parks lost a result of the buildings are not necessary, and was actually summarised by the commissioners yesterday as being desired but not required. They were the commissioners' exact words: desired but not required under planning law. I quote those exact words yesterday. So a desired is not a required. We further heard from Taylor that the rationale and justification in response to the supply and demand, that was one thing you spoke about yesterday, supply and demand for car parking, is a result of monitoring undertaken. So the commissioner questioned, okay, what monitoring did you do? What scientific, technical monitoring? Okay. In the monitoring that you talked about, the applicant didn't disclose when the survey was undertaken, what time, what day. You said winter, but they didn't disclose when the survey was undertaken, and therefore what other influences may or may not have contributed to the demand for spaces on that particular day or time. The monitoring was noted also as undertaken at peak hour. They were the words peak hour. But peak hour can vary upon the time and the day. For example, 11 a.m. Monday to Friday would differ greatly from 11 a.m. on a Saturday morning when you've got the McLean Street Market. A further assessment of a summer monitoring was by review of a photograph or something similar to determine summer demand. And you deemed it anecdotal evidence, which led to a feeling that the car parks were full. They were your words, a feeling that the car parks were full. So these responses that you gave about car park monitoring and the actual supply and demand, it can hardly be described as scientific, can it? Which the expert deemed adequate monitoring to justify the construction of a southern car park to meet future supply and demand. Again, I refute that as being scientific. Point 9, the camper vans. So Taylor provided a response yesterday under questioning that camper vans are monitored. Yes, they are monitored was the answer. I know that even as yesterday I got home from this hearing, couldn't believe my eyes. We called KCDC to report 3 camper vans parking overnight in the allocation for 2. That's every night. That's a minimum. We sometimes get 6 in there. There's the allocation for 2 in there. And opposite Claire and Mick, there's provision for 2 camper vans. There were 2 in there, plus on most nights you get the homeless van that's been there months. Marine Parade Eatery, the cafe, no permits for camper van parking. There were 2 in there last night, no provision. So I phoned KCDC and I were advised that they do not monitor after hours. I've never actually seen anybody monitor during hours, but they don't monitor after hours. So given that most camper vans generally arrive later in the day to park up for the night, it is therefore in fact misleading to state they're monitored. Now, I want to show you the photo viewpoint that you've sent us all, this beautiful photo viewpoint 13. Lovely drawing of a car park, our new car park. It's got very few cars in it. Okay.
Just
Now-
give me a moment to find
Yeah,
that.
so that's photo viewpoint 13, Commissioner. Yep, that's the one.
Thank you, I've got it.
Yeah. So it depicts the proposed car park. And whilst yesterday Megan Taylor advised that she at this stage had not been advised on more allowance for camper vans in the new car park, this will not unfortunately stop them parking there, just like the 2 opposite Marine Parade Eatery did last night, except this one's a lot bigger than the Marine Parade Eatery. So where are the camper vans on the picture? They're not there, are they? So therefore this image is false and must depict the reality of at least 3 camper vans parked there. I've lived on Marine Parade now 5 years, so I know monitoring more than most because you're not facing them. So we need at least 3 camper vans parked there every night, and that's in winter, unmonitored. And I believe that will increase the impact of our visual effects that have not again been taken into account. So I'm refuting the low to moderate again, based on all those camper vans that are going to be unrestricted, unmonitored in this car park. Okay. Overall, we contend that a number of points raised and dismissed by evidence have been found wanting under questioning by the commissioners. Questions still remain as to where the proposed earthworks are permissible. We strongly refute the applicant's position and request engineering cross sections to be provided that include excavation to subgrade level prior to granting resource consent, because we do not believe that they are less than a metre to the cut level. We also want assessment of lighting effects, as previously mentioned, prior to granting resource consent, particularly at night of the car parks, which hasn't been conducted yet.
Sorry, can you just repeat that one for me?
So assessment of the lighting effects. So there's no lighting design done at this stage. It was going to be done prior to construction, but I believe it should be done prior to resource consent being granted because it has an effect on our visual impact. So assessment of lighting effects, particularly at night of the car parks, hasn't been conducted. We reiterate our objection to the visual effects being considered low to minor, as environmental impact should consider both daytime views, which you have to an extent without the camper vans, and the lighting effects on our properties at night. So we have no idea how that light is going to come in and flood our bedroom. No idea. And neither do Cuttress or anybody else. Nobody has any idea what it's going to look like because there's no lighting plan being drawn up. Finally, the last point, we heard extensively from Mark Ward around economic benefits. However, we've been told, all the submitters have been told throughout, and including an informal meeting that Alison Law had with Andrew Burgess pre-submissions, the economic challenge of the benefits could not be made. We couldn't use economic benefits within our submission. We had to stick to facts, not feeling. The economic report provided by PwC has been ignored and does not stand scrutiny. The applicant has chosen throughout to ignore evidence from a commercial operator that visitor numbers that you've proposed, 160 a day by 365 days, cannot be met based upon climatic conditions plus winter close down that you didn't factor in. The viability of the whole project on economic grounds cannot be supported. Thank you. That's me.
Give this another go. Is this working? Can everyone hear me? Yes. Oh, thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Want to ask a few questions about the points you've raised, but I'll start with lighting.
Yeah.
You're right that what we have before us are a few draft conditions around a lighting plan and the preparation of that, but you're also right that at this stage it is post this process.
Yeah.
Also in that is consideration of writing the plan with other submitters. Would you be open to, if not writing the plan, interacting in a process around looking at the lighting, be that a plan or assessment?
Yeah, I mean, my husband is in Auckland today, so he can't speak for us, but he's general manager of a construction company. So he covers New Zealand. So this is bread and butter for him, lighting plans. So he would know exactly the effect it would have on our house if there was such plan, but there isn't. So yeah, we would definitely be open to seeing that prior to resource consent being granted, because I think it does have an effect. They've just concentrated on daytime, but I think nighttime is also an important factor.
Thank you.
Move on.
Thank you for your submission. That was very clear. So in this lighting, the concern that you have around lighting, is that mainly around the car park area?
Yeah,
You live opposite the car park?
So my submission is opposite. I'm directly opposite the car park. It's front and centre of my property.
So just following up what Commissioner Wakira has said, there is a condition, you'll realise, where they're proposing a condition whereby the residents are consulted on the lighting plan, and that gets submitted as part of, it's not so much that you'd comment on the lighting plan, you'd be consulted on actually what were your concerns, and then the plan would be done in conjunction with your comments. So it's It's more than just commenting, it's actually part of the consultation.
And is that prior to resource consent or prior
No,
to construction?
it wouldn't
Because it
be.
does have an effect, it has a bearing on the visual impact that they've deemed low to moderate. Because once you know what lighting is going to be there, then that can be reassessed on a visual impact on at night time. But once you've granted resource consent and that has a higher visual impact, it's too late because you've granted resource consent.
Mhm.
Which-
I haven't got the plan that shows exactly where your house is located, but I note that there's a lamppost on the street
That's
along
to
there.
the right of the property.
Right, so
So
that
you're
lamppost,
looking straight
that
out.
street light would
Yep. So if you
extend
look at,
into the.
we're a double lot there. We're right on the corner. Where
Mhm.
the villa there on the corner. Yep. So the lamp post, you've got one to the right of the house. Yep, there. And then you've got one that's central to Ocean Road. Yep, there. So at the minute we have no actual impact on the sleeping facilities at the front. So all our 4 of the 5 bedrooms are at the front. Where that car park's going, it's front and centre of our sleeping facilities. And that's what it will have it could potentially, maybe not, potentially it could have an impact on the environment at night time, which nobody has assessed that. And that needs to be assessed prior to granting resource consent, just like you have done during the day. You've considered daytime and gone, yep, you're all good, low to moderate daytime, completely ignored nighttime effect of the lighting because you've not got a lighting plan.
Mm.
And that, I believe, needs to be designed and consulted prior to granting resource consent, because it could have an impact on the environmental effect that you at the minute Cuttress are deeming low to moderate. It could take it up.
I think I'll leave that there. We'll let the applicant
Thanks.
reply to that condition, whether that condition is still considered appropriate for, and how that would be dealt with your input. Thank you.
Are you aware if the car park further south has lighting in it? The
No.
existing car park?
No, I've not looked at the lighting.
What about the one where the camper vans park at the moment? To the right of your house, if you're looking out the view.
I assume they do, but again, I don't know what lighting there's been constructed in there. Just yesterday, when they mentioned the lighting plan had not been designed, and in the 0.7 they proposed lighting plan prior to construction. Well, that's kind of too late once consent's gone through.
Yeah, look, I'm just not sure. And we'll have to get some guidance from the applicant. But my understanding when they were talking about that, they were talking about the area around the buildings. So I'm not sure if these more remote car parks are intended to be lit or not. Perhaps we'll just get that clarified by the applicant. So if the applicant could clarify that.
Thank you. So yeah, maybe that there was some cross purposes yesterday, but that's right. It's around the buildings in the north part of the project where lighting's proposed, and that lighting plan condition, will ensure, with respect to Ms. Knight's property, for example, that there's no obtrusive glare or lighting directed in her direction. The southern car parks, as I understand it, the existing car park, are not lit. There are street lights nearby that provide sufficient lighting, but otherwise there's good passive surveillance of those areas in terms of SEPTED principles and things, because they're just effectively an extension of the road. So there's no lighting there, and there's none proposed for the extension and the reconfiguration of those parks through this proposal.
Thank you for clarifying that. So with that in mind, So my understanding of what's been confirmed, and we can clarify that through the, through a condition if necessary, that there isn't an intention to light the car park opposite your
Okay,
property.
so none in front of mine, but definitely lighting in front of Zena's. So then that just relates back to the same point that, yep, okay, you've clarified it for mine in front and the residence in front of the car park, but you've just shifted then that you still need a lighting plan before resource consent, because you've already made Zena's environmental effect high. How do we know what you're going to make Zena's? How is that going to affect it? So I'm not saying that, okay, it's answered the question. Sorry, I don't know. The question's been answered outside mine, but it's just shifted now. It's just highlighted the importance of the lighting plan for Zena's property and the affected properties outside the gateway. So yes, it might be fine for mine, but they still need a lighting plan to determine the visual impact at night time, the environmental impact at night time on the lighting. You've not got a lighting plan. It doesn't take long to do a lighting plan, not at all. But it should be done prior to resource consent, and then we can assess the environmental impact at
Sure.
Zena's property.
Yep, look, sure, understand. I just wanted to get that clarified
Yeah.
because I hadn't understood that there was a plan for lighting of the southern car parks. So that's been clarified. So, but I understand your position is still what you're seeking is the lighting plan before we make a decision on the resource consent application. So that's been made clear. Thank you.
I have one more comment I'd like to just clarify really. You've talked about earthworks and wanting to understand the extent of the earthworks, and we've also requested that we get more information on that. I agree that that's something we need to understand clearly. So I would request, we'd be requesting that the applicant provides more detail in earthworks plan, which will also determine what sort of landscape treatment, if you're disturbing an area, how much of that has to be reinstated. So just letting you know that that's where that stands.
Right, thank you.
I just have another question on the camper vans point.
Thank you.
So just as I look at photo viewpoint 13, just this one, and just to the right, I can see a couple of camper vans, and I mean, this is a recreation as well.
Yeah.
I'm keen to understand how often that's the case. I know that you
Every
commented.
night.
Okay.
So the two you see there, they're in the existing car
Mhm.
park, permitted for two.
Mhm.
So generally in that one, we've got a homeless van, not even a self-contained now. A gentleman in a van. So it's supposed to be self-contained as well. So we've got a gentleman there, he's been there months in a little red van. He's not moving anywhere. And the other car park south of this one, we had a gentleman there 2.5 years. And I spoke to a really nice gentleman at council. They are not permitted to move them on. They have no jurisdiction, I was told, to move anybody on. So 2.5 years he's been there pre-lockdown. No jurisdiction.
Thank you. Sorry, just one more question. When you were referring to visual impacts in the Cray evidence, you talked about, was it page 15 in paragraph 88? And was that of the I took these numbers down, but I was trying to follow where you're referencing that from. I think it was in respect of the assessment and your comment on
Or of the,
appropriateness.
of
Yeah.
the visual effects.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah, of the, so the assessment identified moderate visual effects, but then they reduced to low to moderate on the basis of additional planting.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add, I've just been given a photograph. The campsite that has actually had 2 camper vans drawn on the picture only actually has permission for 1 camper van. So as the picture's been drawn, you've actually put more camper vans than were permitted in yourselves into the picture. So that's how often they're there, because you've even drawn them in the picture yourself.
Actually, the top one is a real photograph taken. The
Oh, there you
bottom
go.
one,
So there's a real photograph
yes.
of the 2 excess camper vans when we've actually only got allowance for 1. That's how often it is.
So can you just clarify for me, sorry, the picture that you're talking about is
It's a photograph. Or
the photo
yeah.
montage, right?
Yeah.
So,
So you've got 2 camper vans
yeah, so
already.
in that car park, if I'm looking at this drawing here, and perhaps we might need to just get this one on the
That's
screen.
not on your,
No, this is a different drawing. I'm just trying to understand where these, it's quite confusing, trying to understand the legal situation of these camper van parking areas,
Right.
because
So-
you're describing to me a situation where there's 2 authorised car parks, but the council's not able to do anything about them parking in these locations or
Right.
anywhere.
so on the existing one, right at the end there to the
Yeah.
right, that's permitted for 1.
So which car park, where is the permitted one? Is it on the left or the right side? Is it on the roadside or the seaside? So
So in that car park, they can park 1 van anywhere within that car park. Yeah, just 1 van. Just 1 overnight. In any of those spaces, they can park 1 van. So in that one, there's regularly 2 every night. So the sign is on the side of the footpath. On the beach side, further to your right, there. There's a big sign that shows people that only 1 camper van is permitted overnight, self-contained camper van.
And is there anywhere else along here where they're permitted?
Yep, so you're that one there, 2 in there, and anywhere in there, just 2. Yep, 2 per night, and we get a minimum of 3 every night. Summer we have an average of about 5 to 6, and they all arrive late in the evening after council's closed. Nobody stops them, nobody monitors them, and there's no jurisdiction to move them on. And the left car park was the one where the gentleman was living there 2.5 years.
So there's no limit indicated for how many nights they can stay
Oh,
there.
there is on the signage. Yeah, it says a maximum of 2 self-contained camper vans permitted for a maximum of 24 hours,
Right.
which is completely ignored every night. And as I said last night, outside Marine Parade Eatery car park, which is further north, they have no permits for parking. And there were 2 in there last night, and that's a regular occurrence too.
So I'm just trying to understand. I mean, are these signs intended to be a deterrent, do you think, that there is no
It could be
legal
information,
ability
it could
or
be information, it could be a deterrent. But council said, well, who do you, when you got, you know, more than the allocated two for that one, for example, how do they determine who turned up first? Because there's no monitoring. Nobody's going up and down during the day, checking, oh, he went in at 1 o'clock, he went in at 3 o'clock. They all just rock on up after, you know, late afternoon.
And are there any areas where there's signage saying no camper vans, no overnight parking?
Not along the front. So the Marine Parade Eatery car park that was referring to, that's more northern.
Yeah.
That the two were in this last night. There's no signage saying no camper vans. So the signage in the other one saying yes, you can park
Yeah.
1 or 2 here. Or in the ones where there are no camper van parking, there's no signage, but it's just ignored anyway.
Yeah.
If 6 are going to park in provision for 2, they're not adhering to it. They're just blatant disregard.
Yeah, I mean, this particular car park is within the reserve, is my understanding. So yeah, I'm not familiar with the regulations around the camper vans, but I'm certainly keen to hear some more from the applicant on this issue and the options. But certainly, if there was an opportunity for signage that was discouraging or purporting to not permit camper vans in this new car park.
Who's monitoring it though? KCDC say they've got no jurisdiction to move anybody on.
Well, that's, yeah, I mean, we need to hear from the council on that
Yeah.
directly, probably. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate if that's what if you've made many complaints and that's what you've been told. I don't know how many inquiries you've made on this. Numerous, right? Yeah. Okay. And the car parks that you're talking about are similarly in the reserve, is your understanding?
Definitely in the reserve.
Right. All right. Well, we're clearly going to need to understand a little bit more about the council's abilities and policy on this, because I don't think there's certainly in other places, you know, you'll see in other districts, you'll see signs that say camper vans permitted, camper vans not permitted. And I was just trying to understand if Kapiti Coast District has any where they say not permitted within the coastline. Maybe not this part of the beach, but if any of the submitters are aware of any in other parts of the district, then that might be helpful to understand what the options might be. But yeah, but certainly if there was a way of reducing that, you're concerned about the visual impacts from the larger vehicles or just the activity of people staying there. Can you articulate that? Is it?
Yes, so it does need to be monitored. It doesn't matter how many signs you put up saying, please don't park here, please don't do it.
Yes, sorry, I'm just trying to understand how people parking there impacts on you.
Well, it's a visual impact, isn't it?
Visual
Especially
impact.
if you've got somebody there hanging the washing out for 2.5 years. That visually impacts me.
Yeah, okay. All right, I think that's all my questions. You've asked questions? Okay, thank you very much for your input. It's very helpful. So just confirming we still don't have Bruce Barnett, is that correct? Right. So I'm just wondering if we're able to hear from Fred Davey now. If not, we could take an early morning tea. Right. There he is. Good morning.
Good morning. I guess I can start.
Thank you.
First,
Yes.
I'd like to say thank you very much for being able to use Zoom to talk to you. I'm in isolation for a few more days. And I'd like to acknowledge Emma Bean for setting up the Zoom session. From background, I'm Frederick Davey. I'm resident of 3 Gulf Road at Parapram Beach. I'm a retired marine geophysicist and study rocks from the ground down a few tens of kilometers, how they deform and how they process. At retirement, which was 20 odd years ago, I was General Manager Research at Crown Research Institute, which is GNS Science. However, I do not, and I repeat, not speak for GNS Science. I'm probably, if I'm wasting your time, let me know, because I've never been to or experienced a environmental court session before. But one thing I would say is I do know McLean Park well, probably better than most. I walk through McLean Park every day, probably twice a day. I've been through it today, this morning, even though I've isolated myself. So it's just not a fleeting 4 times visit like some have. If this background is not appropriate, let me know and I'll jump past it. I first became interested in McLean Park when council officers were claiming the boating pond, which is not a duck pond as quoted in one of your submissions. It's leaking 30%, 100 cubic meters a day. That's 1/3 of its volume. The CEO at the time, Wayne Maxwell, consistently stated that. However, when filling stopped, 2 weeks later, it had only dropped about 10% or less in its volume. It took over a year before it went dry. And that sort of kind of annoyed me because it's incorrect and wrong information. And we've been continually getting this from council. The other thing which comes up is, well, I'll pass over McLean Park's management plan. The review for that, very extensive consultation, but again, use of consultants by council staff to generate a response they might want. I could go a bit more in detail about that, but I won't. The present gateway proposal, the opportunity came up for putting in projects to the Provincial Growth Fund many years ago. The council in 2019 put in a package. This would be in mid-2019, and this is when I first came across the reaction from council staff is not to consult local residents. I spoke to someone on council staff, and first of all, she denied that they were putting them in. And then after much pressure, she said, if I wanted to know, I should go to the Ombudsman. Is this appropriate response from council staff to local residents? I think not. Over the, when the final proposal was put in to the Public Good Fund, this will be in, I don't know what's it, May 2020, I tried to be able to put input into the proposal, how the gateway should be developed. And throughout, every time I tried, council staff refused to comment until they'd already made a decision of what they would like, and then they'd tell me what they've already decided. And I think as anyone who has been involved in any activity which has a report covering what is proposed to do, you know that if you don't get in on the original report, it is very difficult to change it post hoc. So I note that the final management plan document was prepared by council officers in consultation, as always, with a consultant. As I mentioned just now, local residents are not able to provide any input until the council meeting at which the council was deciding whether to go ahead or not with the proposal. So the proposal was already decided on by council staff, put to council with the usual background paper, which is very glowing for what they want and downplaying the negative sides. So that was the first time. Then local residents were ignored again until the present exercise a few months ago, where we were asked what we thought because it was coming up for environmental consent. To me, the involvement of input from affected residents in this project has been totally flawed. People not affected it for some reason have been consulted. I think the whole process so far should be condemned. Well, talking about process, as someone who is not involved in local politics, the process is intriguing. In this particular case, we have the council staff being the applicant and council staff being the approval agency. In other words, they're both poacher and gamekeeper. Consultants are used for expert advice. These are employed at other times by council, so they have a close working relationship. Are they really independent? I don't know. It's up to you to decide. It has seemed to me within all these processes which have been going on for the last few years, we have two types of consultant. You employ one to find out what you don't know, and you employ the other to justify what you've already decided. I think we may have seen the latter used quite a few times. And of course, a consultant must do what the client demands, otherwise they're out of business. I myself find I'm in an interesting position. I have to address or try to address the problems outlined in these proposals under my own steam. Yet I'm also paying for council consultants and their legal experts, who I presume are getting paid for the thing, and I have to pay for this out of my own pension via the rates. Is this fair? I wonder. The other observation I would make as a preliminary one is we seem to be looking at almost panic changes being made by council. As though council management is becoming desperate to get this project over the line. Why? Probably because they appear to have already made significant financial commitments to the buildings. One understands they have started building the buildings back in April without having a consent to go ahead with the job. The other thing is, and understand, they've also made significant contributions to Discovery Centre, etc. However, to return to my submission and the suite of consultant papers which were emailed to me at 4:45 p.m. on the 19th of September. In this case, and I must admit, I do not know what sort of standards you operate under, is the 19th of September considered a working day? Is this the standard legal tactic to say you were informed on the 19th, where in fact, if you hadn't read your email or your office closed down at 4 o'clock, you weren't? The scope of the resource consent application, it appears very fluid. The streamwork and modification of the south and north banks of the stream form an integral part of the project and really should have been included as part of this resource consent. One can understand why it was broken up, because it's easier to push through a series of smaller consents where the impact could be perceived as being relatively small, but when you put the lot together, the impact could be significant. And this sounds to be quite a good tactic. You have to bear with me, I'm a little slow. I'm old. It is perhaps of interest with respect to the work which has been carried out on the stream, that to undertake the work of replacing the walls down either side, one of which required significant earthworks, which have been part of the overall resource or the present resource consent, would have triggered some concern. To do the work, it was planned to divide the stream, dry out or one side so it could work on putting the new wall in, and you still have water flowing down the other side. The contractor originally used a long roll of black polythene along the stream bed, tied it down or weighted it down with large concrete blocks about 1 meter cubed around the middle, lifted up the side of the polythene, tied them on top, and then had a watertight barrier down the length of the stream, then just blocked off either end, and then could pump out to one side so it was dry and the water carried on flowing down the other side. Very good idea. Then they dug out or started digging out one side of the dried out stream bed. And what happened? Differential pressure under the blocks, and sand was in down at the water table level, so it was fluidized under the pressure of the concrete blocks and the uneven pressure down below because sand had been removed. A classic liquefaction. The sand flowed out sideways, concrete blocks toppled over just for part, only the dugout part. So this ripped the black polythene, so the whole watertight barrier was useless. Eventually, sheet piling had to be brought in and done, and this had two results. One is a cost overrun of over 170,000, and the other one was they had to have a larger digger to put in the piling. A larger digger to get in the piling meant Pahuta kawas got in the way. So the Pahuta kawas on the south bank of the stream were severely trimmed. And I have some photographs, but I don't know how to handle putting them on this system of Zoom. But I have photographs of the council arborists hacking into Pahuta kawas with chainsaws. Anyway, in due course, no, I guess back up a bit. Whether the engineering consultant who prepared the plans for the work on the stream was consulted or not, and supervised the contractor, I don't know. But I note the same geotechnical consultant for the Gateway project is the same. And I feel more than a little uncomfortable with their report for the Gateway. I note, for example, that none of the geotechnical investigating boards were where the proposed building will be. They're around the edges. There should be one in the region where the building is. Furthermore, and I think this is perhaps quite critical, in the map shown in Emma McLean's latest document on page 17, the original beach edge laid alongside marine parade pre the 1950s. And thus the gateway site, the present gateway site, was in the beach. The movement of the beach edge to the west probably was associated with the channeling of the stream out further to the west. In several places, in various reports, stated that Te Uruhi Pa was on the proposed gateway site. However, it seems more probable that Pa would have been at higher elevation, perhaps in the vicinity of Seaview Road. I don't know. I see John Barrett is listening in. I'm sure he can put us right on that one. So, impact on Gulf Road, view. With regards to view, the present council management have a propensity for the chainsaw. See some later comments, well, my earlier comments about the stream work. I've no confidence at all that the Phoenix Palm, which at present obscures partially my view of the new gateway, will survive long. And while talking about the view of the gateway, and at the moment, fortunately, I'm home, I can look out the window and see both. I would just note to you that the size of the building, forget the so-called photo montages which have been produced for the benefit of the applicant. The size of the building is going to be about the same size as the boat club building. It will be longer, about the same height. It will be painted a better color. But putting that in perspective, that means the proposed gateway building will have quite a significant impact on view for me. Views from other areas, I suppose I'm not supposed to talk about that, but certainly the if you use McLean's Park, as I do, then the view which we get at the moment straight down the axis of McLean Park from the northern end, which is quite pleasant apart from the hideous barbecue building, is quite pleasant. It's trees, it's greenery, it's not building, it's not artificial. Parking and transport. This was one thing which I did have concern about. I would note that the response, and I'm dealing largely to the responses to my original submission, are largely specious, I would have to say. They do not address my concerns. For example, item 14 on the response is an increase, noting increases in maximum number. That is irrelevant to the discussion. It is the increase in actual numbers which is going to have the effect on parking and traffic movements. And within the present maximum number, the possible number of people going out to the island based on just the number of days historically, which have a number of visits historically which have gone to the island, and the number of people which can be taken on those two boats, then the total number of passengers going to the island and coming back is about 3,500, and that is 2.5 times roughly what the present is. A large number of those will be long-term parkers, and this is going to put a tremendous pressure on parking situations. The comments within council documents that the car parking of the present operation is irrelevant is specious. It's an existing one. It takes most of the car park at the boat club. If we now start doubling that, where are those cars going to go? There's no space, as is quite clear in the documents of the applicant, at this end of the park. There's some glib comment about 290 parking spaces in the whole of the Parapan Beach area. Are people going to bother to go looking for them? The obvious solution is what happens when parking gets under pressure. It's parking on the berm, parking on the side roads, and it is disingenuous, to put it mildly, to say this is not the responsibility of the proponents, the applicants. It is a police matter. I don't buy that. I think there needs to be some responsibility. Likewise, the very glib statement of able-bodied people are prepared to walk 500 meters. I haven't noticed that anywhere. So I think what we're seeing in terms of the parking and transport issue is, as I said, poorly based. I would also bring up a point which was in the council's original document. The whole point, right from the start of Gateway, the selling point, is picked up by Ward in his comments, which I would have to say I'm not impressed by. The whole idea is to attract more people down to this end of McLean's Park. It is the stated objective to do that. If you do that, you're going to get more people, you're going to get more traffic. There's a lot of implications coming through there. Another aspect on the parking issue, which has not been even thought about or discussed, and that is the proposal by council that they are going to, in view of the new beach bylaws, that they are going to put a barrier across the entrance to the beach by the boat club, and only approved people are able to get through the barrier. In the summer, a large number of people drive onto the beach who are not towing boat trailers and are not carrying a disabled sticker. What will they do when they can't get through the barrier? You could have the normal Kiwi reaction, you knock it over. No, they're going to want to park somewhere. They'll go into or try and get into the boat club car park, but that's full already of people going to the island. So where will they go? I think it's something which the applicant hasn't thought through adequately by any means. I guess another problem which does cause me concern, and it applies to several of the applicants, consultants, expert advice, witness, whatever you call it. I'm sorry, I'm not up with your jargon. But anyone who's been involved in numerical modeling, and I see it again here, people love to use numerical modeling. They think it sounds good. They think it justifies everything. First of all, how many people who are quoting numerical modeling results understand exactly what those numerical models are based on, what assumptions are made in them, etc. And as we all know, and I have worked in numerical modeling a bit myself, rubbish in, rubbish out. The other thing touched on by Leanne, and I thought Leanne's presentation was brilliant, very good. There is no defensible numbers for the amount of traffic which use Marine Parade outside the prospective gateway buildings. None. I noticed about 3 or 4 months ago, someone had put in a car counting system, the wires across the road. I presume that was council. It lasted about 3 days, and then it got withdrawn, hopefully because they realized it's pointless doing that in the winter. It shows nothing of value at all. I noticed under the response, under the parking and transport, under their items 44 through 47, they appear to misquote my concerns. I'm sorry, I'm not carrying all this documentation with me in front of me, but I'd have to remind you that us poor people had to go through upwards of 900 pages of paper. Crash statistics. Again, someone just goes by what they've read in a book somewhere. I did point out at the time, this was not responded to at all. Just outside where I live, last 4 years, we've had 4 crashes. One was a total write-off. If you don't believe me, ask my neighbor, it was her car. Someone apparently trying to get away from the police. I was away at the time. Couldn't make the turning from Kapiti Road into Gulf Road. Hit the curve and finished up dinging the crib walling just next to me. If you don't believe me, go and have a look at the crib walling. Another one which you might find out about if you've talked to the local bus company. Someone come hooning around from Kapiti Road into Gulf Road again in the morning on a nice day like today. Sunstrike, very easy, straight down the road, and in the morning they went into the back of the bus. Fourth one I know well because it was an acquaintance of mine trying to reverse out from my drive, with the road being largely blocked on both sides by parked cars. I note comment by your traffic consultant, there's no parking on our road, should come and have a look. But she was so concerned about traffic on both sides parked and the lack of visibility for cars coming down the road, she misjudged and hit the car on the other side. So I think your crash statistics are worthless. Overall, I would say this response has been a rather naive one, to be kind. Landscape architects, I feel I'm going into the lion's den here, so there's 3 down the other end of the table. However, I would note our landscape architect, Rebecca, has had 4 visits to the area. She knows it all. Early on, item 7 for last response, she notes, additional car parking area proposed for Gulf Road. What's that? I can't recall hearing that at all. Where did it come from? And item 16 and 18 concludes that the condition that inappropriate development does not result in further loss of coastal dune areas mapped as coastal environment. This is KCDC Plan 2021. However, KCDC notes a proposed revision of the area from natural open space to just open space. And that will allow a lot more building in the park. For the main natural open space park on the coast, we should not be trying to do that. We should be trying to reduce building in this area. Otherwise, what's your vision? A New Zealand lunar park? I suppose so. This is council's decision. On item 21 under effects, the north side of the site is not encased by mature pahutakawas. They've mostly been cut down. It's also not connected to McLean Park. It is part of McLean Park. Item 22, the 4 dunes lie to the west and southwest, not just to the southwest. Get your compass out. Item 25, adverse effect of the proposed building. This is just opinion. There's no reason given. Item 28B, lighting. I am comfortable with, that's the only statement. Why? I guess I'm probably taking up too much of your time. I've probably got 2 pages of notes on this. I get the impression that all the landscape architect submission is largely subjective. My opinion, I feel. I write nice, comfortable words, things nestle closely into, and then you put them up. Again, I would suggest visually take the boat club building and plonk it in the car park and extend it by about 10 meters. That's what you're getting. I have touched briefly, I will just touch on it again because I'm just scanning through quickly. Item 57 under the landscape architect. U6 photo montage. Obviously, I'm supposed to be impressed by it's called U6 photo montage. I think vertical scale needs to be checked. I haven't seen anything checked by it. The view from the north does not adequately present what it is. I would suggest, if you want to, go down to McLean Park, stand at the entrance on the ridge on the 4 dune, just to the south of the boat club, where you can look down across the stream and down the park, and then just mentally put in where the building will say, and you see what an incredible effect it will have in terms of impacting on any possible nice vision of a parkland area. And I just pick up on that point again. I seem to be the only person who's concerned that this is, McLean Park is our only coastal park in the Kapiti Coast area from north of Waikanae to QE2 Park. It's the only one, and we're filling it up more and more with buildings, and largely not needed. I think I've probably gone on too long. No, I think I'll stop there. There are many, many other issues. As I say, I've got another 6 pages of questionable statements, unsupported statements, and I am just concerned that the main thing is, I just touch on one last thing, and that was alluded to a little bit by Leanne and quite important, and that is the approval of a resource consent with a whole lot of things which are going to be done afterwards. And a classic one on this would be under, Tom Anderson's list of conditions, and one of his conditions states explicitly that the condition is that only 102 square feet of floor area of the new building can be used for food and beverage and other retail gift shops activities. This is quite different to the statements being made several times through various submissions that it will only be coffee and a sandwich kiosk. I can see we're back to the redoubtable PricewaterhouseCoopers report, which justified what the council wanted to do, which included the cafe, bistro, and gift shop. Goes back to supporting that, which is quite different to what council is trying to show is going to be very, very small. But the conditions are such that afterwards, once this resort's gone through, you can go straight out to a full gift shop and a full cafe bistro. And this will give more vibrancy, as Tom Ward wants, and vibrancy seems to be associated with booze and noise. I'm sorry, I'm getting old. I better stop now because I am very concerned about those conditions of conditions being put forward by Tom Anderson and how it will be used, and the fact that council is getting desperate to try and get this across the line under any aspect. I guess one final one might be the view from the sea. Just look at what's in the proposal and look what on the Kapiti website, totally different. One shows a treed bush entrance to the Kapiti gateway. The other one shows wide open space, clear sand going right up to the edge of the gateway, and people walking straight off and on. Council staff will have both images on file. Thank you.
What about now? Can you hear me now, Mr. Davey?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you for your presentation. We'll probably have a few questions for you, so just bear with us while we work through those. Thank you. Do you want to do this? Okay. I've just got a couple of points I wanted to just clarify. So you were going over quite a bit of ground. So let me just try and the bits where I wasn't sure if I was following you correctly.
Mm-hmm.
You explained in a bit of detail an issue that that occurred on the Streamworks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just not sure. I mean, obviously the Streamworks have occurred and are not part of this resource consent application. That was a regional consent, as I understand it. I'm just trying to understand what you're thinking is comparable to what's proposed here, because we're not authorising any works in the stream. So just trying to understand the relevance of that, if at all. In terms of the proposal we've got here, what is the risk that you were trying to identify?
The issue, I think, once identified here, and I'll back up a little bit, and that is, to me, the statement I made that council is going through dividing its resource consents into smaller and smaller pieces to get them through. is applicable. The second thing is, and this includes the major earthworks on the south bank of the stream. Now that is part of the gateway environment.
Sorry, you're talking about the earthworks that have already occurred?
The earthworks that have already occurred.
Okay, so I'm just interested, are you raising any concern about the proposed earthworks for the new buildings?
Yes, I have raised those explicitly in terms of I consider the liquefaction earthquake hazard assessment of the gateway area needs to be reassessed for two reasons. One is that there has been no sampling done under the building itself or the proposed building site. If you look at documentation, you will see all the core samples were taken around the perimeter. The other aspect, sorry, I'm not as good as the other aspect is that if we look back at past beach coastlines, these were well to the south of the present, well to the east of the present one, and they would have lay to the east of the present site. So the present prospective site for gateways would be prior to about 1950s, it would have been on the beach. Its geotechnical parameters might have changed or could well have changed. So I think an expert analysis of the situation needs to be redone. And I would prefer that an independent outfit did it, or would I recommend an independent outfit did a re-evaluation, taking into account all the information which has come through. Now, the old or the earlier coastlines came from the Jacobs report on coastal area, and we'll comment about the rest of the report, but there it is.
So you're talking about the report from Miyamoto, is that correct?
I'm talking about the report. I've not addressed the report of Miyamoto directly, apart from the location of the drill sites or the core sites.
Right.
The other one came
Sorry,
from...
can I just,
Yes.
oh, sorry, what the other
No.
report you're referring to is the Jacobs one around the future sea.
The Jacobs report was a report commissioned by the KCDC, a major report on the coastal area of the Kapiti district and what has happened in the past and what they would think would happen in the future. And it basically comprises, to a large extent, compiling all available information they can lay their hands on to what's happened to the coast as far as records go.
Sorry, just going back to this proposal. So you're basically asking for a further review of the ground conditions before the building's constructed. I'm just trying to
Yes.
understand. Yeah, so look, I did talk to the planner yesterday that I think that such a condition has been recommended by one of the council regulatory team's peer reviewers. So that is a matter that, let me just find where that was. Something about the piling. That's what you're talking about? The
Well,
piling for the building?
the piling is basically a spin-off at it. They might be
Right.
uncomfortable with the piling with respect to the information as presented by the consultant. What I'm saying is, I think the information presented by the consultant is deficient for the reasons I've quoted, and I think they need another assessment done.
So what might another assessment show?
It might show different geotechnical properties,
But can that be
and that would
engineered
affect
on?
such things as liquefaction.
Yes,
and
but is that
I
going to
was-
prevent the development or just inform the piling?
It could, well, it depends what you mean by affect the development.
Prevent. Sorry,
you
I'm just trying to understand, is this just a matter of engineering detail that has to be done prior to construction?
It is engineered detail which has to be done,
Yes,
and it needs to
okay.
be done properly. And I guess what I'm emphasising here is the what I would consider in a lot of the area of what's been presented to you is superficial.
Now, sorry, look, I can't find where I was reading before about the piling matter. Maybe there's already a condition in there. I'm just, anyway, I can come back to that when I speak to the council officers, the reporting officers. I just had another couple of questions. You mentioned your concern about numerical modelling was, I'm assuming that was in the context of traffic modelling?
Well, it is in the context of traffic modelling and roundabout issues, but it's also in the context of any numerical modelling.
But in the context of this application, you meant it in relation to the traffic modelling?
It'd be traffic modelling and also any other modelling. As I say, I have something like about 8 pages of notes.
Yep.
And I'm sure you don't want to hear them all.
Oh, look, I want to hear anything that's going to help us, make the right decision and inform any matters that we might need to be thinking about conditions on if we were in the mind to approve the application. And that's not to say that we've made any decisions at the moment, because we haven't. But this is our opportunity to be thinking about such matters if we were at that point when we come to make a decision. Sorry, my next question was just asking you when you were talking about suggesting looking at a particular view and your concerns about the accuracy of the vertical scale. So the viewpoint that you were suggesting we stand from the north, we stand somewhere on the 4 June and look south.
Yeah.
South of the boat club. Is there a visual simulation that is the point that you were referencing there? Okay, so my colleagues just put this one here. So is that viewpoint? No. So sorry, we need to be looking at the proposed development. Oh, right there.
I don't.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
you're
think-
meaning viewpoint 5, is that right?
I don't have viewpoint 5 to hand.
Right. Okay.
No, that's not it. That is, I mean, the good thing about that one is it shows quite clearly the boat club. Take that building and transfer it across. The viewpoint I was talking about would be to the right of the boat club, just where there is a vertical white mast, and just look from there straight down the length of McLean Park, down the axis.
Okay, but as far as you're aware, the applicant hasn't produced a photo montage for that location.
No, I don't think so, because I think photo montages were chosen to suit the applicant.
Okay, thank you. We'll make sure we look at that point. Do you want to go? I've got some others.
Thank you, Dr. Davey, for your submission. I'd just like to, you made a statement in relation to the boating club that you thought that the proposal was the same height as the boating club. Now I'm looking at this photo viewpoint. Is the boating club a single-story building or a two-story building?
It's a two-story building.
Do you know what the proposal is? How tall is the proposed building?
The proposed building is a single story but with a high roof. It supposedly gets within the 6 metre maximum height under district plan. My guesstimate of the boat club is about 6 metres. So the difference in height is not a lot. However, in terms of length, the proposal is about 20–30% longer.
Thank you. Now you talk about the consultation process and that you mentioned that you've been involved, well, you've taken an interest for a number of years. Did you make a submission on the reserve management plan when that went out?
Yes, I did, and I purposely avoided getting into the mess of discussing the management plan for the McLean Park. Alison Law has outlined it from her point of view. Other people would have a different point of view. I would note, for example, that one thing I mentioned earlier, the boat pond, in the online submission to the gateway, you were not allowed to support the boat pond at all. It wasn't allowed. When the final numbers were put together, in terms of setting up, this is also input from other areas as well. I understand, if my memory is right, that probably 30% supported the pond, another 30% supported water feature of some sort, like the splash pond down in Raumati. But the consultant, Lumen, someone put together a package of 3 options for 4 areas of the park. And the option for supporting the pond was not included in any.
So just interrupting you there. So you did actually put in a submission yourself?
I put in quite an extensive one.
Thank you. And on this matter of the photo montage, the viewpoint at the 4 Dunes in front of the boating club, we will certainly be taking a look at that, so you can be sure that we will consider that comment. But just in terms of your suggestion that that's just an important viewpoint, can people walk to that viewpoint easily? Do many people like picnic there, or we'll have a look at it ourselves? But I just wondered if you had a comment on that.
I can background you on that. One of the intents of the gateway proposal, or one of the advantages quoted, is this is going to channel pedestrians down to the beach via the bridge and via the north side of the stream. This is the same route which the processed passengers for joining the ferries will go, and that to me is a bad sign. You're mingling processed people with unprocessed people. It also brings pedestrians down into the area where boats are launching and similar. The position I suggested is where a fair number of people walk down, pedestrians, and that is the access track for boats and trailers and disabled people. It is about maybe 10 meters south of the end of the boat club building.
Thank
It's
you.
very accessible. People pass it, people walk past it. A lot of people will walk up and they go and picnic in front of the boat club. So yes, people will be there.
Kia ora, Dr. Davey. I've got one question. So noting that we'll go and do a site visit and we've got the viewpoint from the access track, and you've made a few other comments about where to take a look, and also noting from your evidence that your prime view is to the southwest. Are there any other comments you want to make in terms of pointing our direction when we go out on site?
I think the only comment I would make, and this is what worries me because I've seen it happen before with council decisions, is that things are put to be decided after approval's been given. And the one thing which would concern me is if you look at the proposal, the present proposal's view into Gateway from the west, that is from the beach south of the stream. It is showing the present well-vegetated, bushed barrier, for want of better words, which have gaps through it for people to walk down. If you look at the artist's impression of what the gateway would look like from the west, which I believe was contained in one of the submissions or one of the expert evidence, but it's also on the council website at the moment, you will see that all that bush has been removed. We just have sand running straight up to the building, gateway building. Now that has a severe problem. We do have very strong westerlies and southwesterlies. And if you've been here in one of those, you'll see where we have a gap in that fore-dune, which is the access track. You have sand being blasted up that track. It's in the air, right onto the road. And that would be a concern to me, and it should be a concern for you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick question. You talked about accidents where you were familiar with the two people that were involved in them, I believe. Do you know if those accidents were reported to the police?
No idea.
Okay, thank you. And then just lastly, the condition that you commented on about the limiting the nature of the use.
Yep.
Can I just read that out, what we've got at the moment, suggested by the reporting officer? Which says retail activity from within the buildings must not exceed gross floor area of 112.5 square metres and be limited to the retail sale of tourism products, food and beverages. Did you have any requested rewording for that?
Yes.
To address your concern?
I think it should be restricted to what has been said in several of the applicant's documents, and that is restricted to coffee and tea, soft drinks, and kiosk food, sandwich bar. That's what it'd be restricted to. Otherwise, I will have a great concern because Mr. Ward loves vibrancy. I don't like Cuba Street vibrancy. I would not
Just let me
like.
clarify that as a concern about the possible sale of alcohol.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And what goes with that is noise, light, all those sorts of things. And that will affect all of us who live at this end of the park.
All right, thanks for that. Look, that concludes our questions. So thank you very much for your presentation and for joining us via Zoom.
Could I make a final comment? I have really appreciate being able to talk to you. We have had, as local residents, no real consultation from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, we'll take a break now. We'll break for 15 minutes. So near enough. So if we can be back here, how are we going for time? Yeah, maybe we'll be back here. Are people happy to come back by 5 past? Is that okay? I don't want to. Or do we want a little bit longer? Pardon? What? All right. No, we'll make it 10 past, bearing in mind the toilet congestion. We'll see you at 10 past. Thanks. Right, hopefully we've had a chance to get something to drink and a refreshment stop. So look, next up is Murray Guy. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've got a couple of presentations here. I believe that my submission original, sorry, I'm my own worst enemy. I believe that my first submission has been circulated. I'm not sure about my supplementary one. I know it was sent in yesterday. Have the Commissioners received my supplementary?
It's yesterday mornings,
Yesterday
Yeah.
morning. Yeah.
and you've got 3 photos today.
And then I've got 3 photos and I've got some comments in respect of what we heard yesterday.
Sorry, now, did you bring any paper copies for the additional material?
What transpired yesterday was, in fact, it was the night before, I sent the supplementary through to Emma.
Yes.
Emma then recirculated it to all appropriate people.
Yep.
With the council's introductory submission and the revised timetable. So everybody should have it in an email sense, but I don't know whether everybody's got it in a printed sense.
Emma, do you have any paper copies of the supplementary written statement? Oh, that would be helpful, thanks. Yes, please. Just, well, I'm keen on one, but. Half an hour.
The workings of council are slow. Look, I'm happy to present my submission, and if it helps the panel, I'm happy to take questions on that, which will fill in a little bit of time, and then maybe we can do the supplementary.
Yep, that sounds
second,
good.
if that's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, introduction, my name is Murray Guy, and I'm the owner of 56 Marine Parade. I hold a master's degree in agricultural science, and I've had a practicing certificate for 13 years as a hearing commissioner. I'm now a retired hearing commissioner. So whilst I have a good general knowledge of environmental planning and RMA issues, I am not giving evidence as an expert in these subject areas. As a note, we have owned 56 Marine Parade since 2002, 2002, yeah. I am generally in favour of a gateway project, but consider this application to be flawed in a number of major areas and should therefore be declined. There are many aspects of this proposal that are non-complying and many adverse effects that are more than minor. The decision to limit notification and appeals to only a few residents is wrong when there is a large public interest and the application is non-complying. It is a huge burden for those few of us identified as affected parties to be the only scrutineers of this public asset consent application. This is against natural justice and fair process. The building site, I restrict my comments to the irrational decision to propose the main building to be located in a natural hazard flood/ponding zone and to be adjacent to a build line restriction 1999 in the coastal environment. This beggars belief given that the applicant is KCDC and the vulnerability of buildings in such locations with climate change, coastal retreat, and new build line restrictions having been prominent concerns for the last 10 years and promoted by KCDC back in 2012. Car parking general, there is a wide range of opinions as to the need and requirements for car parking in relation to this application. Quotation here, only new car parking deemed generated by the new buildings needs to be considered by the proposal. Parking demand for the island tours is an existing consented activity, and parking associated with this up to the existing concession limit is permitted within the existing environment. The National Policy Statement for Urban Development 2020 NPSUD, which does not require car parking for development, in quotation marks from the Tonkin and Taylor Traffic Impact Assessment, page 3. Cutras in their application, page 48, in simplistic terms, if the activity that the building represents was to be built on a greenfield site with no existing activities, it would be required to provide 4 parking spaces based on the gross floor area. Quotation, a more formal car parking study was undertaken in August 2020 and found that during the week, the Marine Parade was at a maximum of 34% occupied and 50% occupied during the weekend. My point is that the case for the need of a new car park in Area C6, McLean Park, has not been demonstrated given the existing car parking capacity available, demonstrated by the studies, and the increase in parking spaces from the reconfiguration of the southern car park and the low statutory requirements. Also, the lack of alternatives fully investigated, lack of reporting, and a review of the existing parking removal from the extensive proposed buildings, features / entrance and decking at the gateway.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you? We have pre-read the initial submission, so we're happy if you want to just skip over any bits, but if you want to read the whole lot out, then that's fine. Yeah. Up to you either way. I'm just wanting to make sure you realise we have read it, that's all.
Yep.
But we haven't read the second one.
There are perhaps other people in the room that haven't read it.
That's fine.
That haven't got knowledge of it.
Yep, that's
this is a public forum, so.
Absolutely, that's why I said you could either do it. I just wanted you to make sure that you were aware that we had read it.
Yep. So as we've gone through the day yesterday, we've talked about alternative car parks, and obviously the applicant is proposing a double up of the southern car park. I just wonder why there's not an analysis or a plan put forward for the doubling up of the furthest southern car park, because the impact of that, and perhaps if you want to throw up plan which shows the furthest southern car park, which is just past the offsetting planting. So looks like that. The next one after that, maybe. Yep.
Are you able to put this drawing
So
on the screen, please?
one of the things about the information presented to us is that we are lacking in technical details. And if we look at these car parks along Marine Parade, we have not been given any dimensions, but I'm making an assumption that the furthest most car park to the south, which is showing on the screen now, just past the offsetting,
This one.
is probably capable of being doubled up like the car park to the north, which has been doubled up, in other words, having 2 rows of cars. And the significant distance, or it is an insignificant distance really, if someone's walking 500 meters, whether they want to walk another 50 meters and get to another car park or get from another car park. So that's just a little brief point. I believe that could have been looked at as an alternative to a more damaging intrusion of the new car park C6. We, that's us at 56 Marine Parade, are adversely affected party due to the proposed new car park directly opposite our house at 56 Marine Parade, which is front and centre of our main northwestern view out to Kapiti Island in the setting sun. This coastal 4-dune strip is afforded environmental protection by the Resource Management Act, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and the Kapiti Coast District Plan. In 2002, when we bought the district plan in 1999, zoned the coastal 4-dune strip on the western side of the street as outstanding landscape. And we personally have viewed it as an outstanding landscape. The current operative plan in 2021 now has this 4-dune strip zoned in 2 parts as a general residential adjacent to the street and a natural open space to the seaward. And now I believe it's about to be changed again to have the natural open space category reduced to open space. So there seems to be quite a movement in time over the last 20 years of council's attitude to the designation or the description of what we consider to be an outstanding landscape and a very sensitive 4-dune. I'll just briefly skip through the RMA because it's something that the commissioners are aware of, no doubt, and I reference basically non-compliance or an issue with Part 2 matters of the RMA, in particular section 5, where we need to be talking about sustainable development, and section 6A, 6B, section 7, section 7AA as being potentially causing this issue to be a non-complying activity in relation to Part 2 matters of the RMA. The most significant lack of stewardship by KCDC would arguably be the decision to propose to build a gateway centre and a new car park to the south, both in flood zones, and to be adjacent to build line restrictions set in 1999, which are still current. There's still a lot of talk about the Jacobs report, but that hasn't been commissioned, I believe, by the council. And so the most recent engineering lines that we have for coastal build is set out in 1999. And I don't think we've had hazard lines produced on the plans that we're talking about today. They're not shown, but I believe that the southern car park abuts the hazard line of 1999, and the potential build or proposed build of the Uruhi centre is the minimum setback of 20 metres from that no build line, because buildings have to be 20 metres back from the no build line. Well, that's my understanding. The proposal also brushes up against section 7B issues and 7I issues of the RMA. In terms of contravening the district plan 2021, in particular, I draw the Commissioner's attention to DO 04, in particular paragraph 1 and paragraph 3, district objective 05, natural hazards, and district objective 9, landscapes, features, and landforms. On that note, I notice that under the 09, that there is a requirement to maintain or enhance the landscape values of special amenity areas as identified significant landforms, and I believe that the 4 dune is a significant landform. And secondly, to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse effects of earthworks on natural features and landforms. I don't believe the proposed excavation of the C6 car park takes any cognizance of that. The 4 dune area is a natural feature and landscape and warrants protection from a proposed new car park. Leading on to the McLean Park to Uruhi Reserve Management Plan, which hopefully commissioners have got a copy of. Well, it's, in my opinion, it's a relevant document to this hearing. So in that plan, the location of the proposed new car park is a significant deviation from the reserve management plan, which is 2017, which was publicly consulted on and ratified by KCDC. In particular, the proposed new car park location is now in the residential zone as opposed to the town centre zone, where one would naturally expect a public car park to be located, given that it primarily services the town centre needs. The result is that we now have a greater adverse visual effect from car parks in the residential zone of what now appears to be almost a continuous strip of car parks along this residential zone of Marine Parade. And I note that the proposed car park 6, when you look at that plan, showing the car park between 2 existing car parks, that new car park is taking up something like 60 to 70% of the green open space that we currently enjoy. If you want to put that up on screen, maybe it would be helpful. No, the one that shows 3 car parks, 2 existing and the new one. So expand that one out. That's one. No, it needs, no. Yep. We'll do. Yeah, that's it. So if you look at that, that visual overlay, you'll note that we're now left with a very small piece of green space, almost directly opposite the end of Ocean Road, or slightly to the left of Ocean Road. And the new car park to the right is taking up over 2/3 or about 2/3 of the area of what is an existing green space. The cumulative adverse effects of this are more than minor. This new addition, this is the car park, is not required for general public beach access, as the existing car parks more than adequately fill that function. And we heard that in evidence yesterday under cross-examination. The general public have been excluded from having a voice in this consent application on this matter. Concluding, in my opinion, this consent application is contrary to natural justice and fair process. It is contrary to sections of the RMA. It is contrary to sections of the Coastal Policy Statement and policies and objectives of the district plan and the McLean Park Reserve Management Plan. And the adverse effects are cumulative and deemed to be more than minor. So that's part 1, if you like, of my submission, and I'm happy if there are questions now while we're waiting for printing, or I'll continue with supplementary.
We have the copies now, so thank you.
Can people hear all right? Okay, so supplementary submission. Section 42 reports raise issues requiring further scrutiny, especially relating to the southern car park. Details relating to the engineering, or in actual fact, not to details because we haven't received, but including earthworks are contradictory and scant to the point that assessment of the environmental effects is difficult, if not impossible, to ascertain. Ms. Cray in para 6 refers to an updated version of LVA dated 11th of April 2022, and that's in the appendix to the AEE. In that report on page 4, the Southern Car Park Zone 6, in quotation, the reconfigurations and extensions are proposed to sit at the same elevation as the respective adjacent existing car parks. Now, to my mind, that's not what we've heard. The existing car park that's opposite 55 and 54 Marine Parade, so slightly to my right in our view, is at a much lower elevation than the proposed 4-metre elevation of the finished level of the new car park. So if you look at it on site, and I hope you do go to that site when you do your site visit, I draw your attention to the fact that if the new proposed car park is at an RL of 4, that there'll be a step up at least of 0.5 metre between the two car parks, and they are designed to be contiguous and to be used principally as one with one entrance. Other technical details include, this is item 5, earthworks and batters required to establish the flat asphalt car parking surface will be cut down to a maximum of 3.3 metres above sea level. Again, there's some contradictions in terms of what levels we're talking about in the finished product. Emma McLean, in para 77 of her report, states that the car park has been designed with a finished ground level of 4. Item 7, the assessment of environmental effects, AEE, on page 5 states that the earthworks at Zone 6 car park comprise 550 cubic metres of cut and altering the original ground level by no more than 1 metre. This is clearly incorrect, and I draw your attention to my appendix 1 to this report, and if that's possible to go on screen. If not, I'll just talk to it. That is the first appendix. It's an appendix attached to the report that you've just printed. If you haven't got that on screen, maybe if you could throw up those photos I sent through. Yep.
This one?
Yes.
That's the appendix?
Yeah, appendix 1. So appendix 1 confirms that the 4 dune is in fact 1 dune and not dunes as has been described, or in other cases it's been described as a front dune and a back dune or something similar. It's actually a 4 dune, and it needs to be called such. The appendix 1 shows ground contours overlaid, and you can see that there is a crest on the proposed car park, which is a contour of 5+ meters. It's in the dark green area. Maybe if I can just highlight that one. It's up. This is the crest here. It's a 5 meter contour. So it's 5 plus, and there's another 5 meter contour over here. And we have a very low contour through here, which we'll talk about in a minute. But the back of the dune, of the fore dune, so it is a fore dune. Back of it, if you like, is the crest. And the fore dune goes from the mean high water spring basically to the road edge. It is one dune, fore dune. And that primarily is our first line of defence. And I note that the chair yesterday in her comments mentioned the fact that she was familiar with stop banks. Well, that's in many respects our stop bank. If you look at the contour map, you'll note that the existing car park that's on that same plan, Appendix 1, the existing car park is at a very low level, and to my mind, it's been excavated in the past, and it now exposes us quite considerably through that gateway. Should I use the term again, gateway? But it exposes us to storm surge coming through that fore dune, because the height of that car park is significantly less than 5+ meters. It's probably only a bit over 3 meters. And that has in effect pushed the crest of that particular area seawards to a point that it's just over 4 meters. So we've actually lost, historically, I believe, with the construction of that car park, roughly a meter of height of our fore dune. So we don't want to see that repeated. Item 11, Tom Anderson in paragraph 144 states that there were no submission points directly relating to the proposed earthworks. In my opinion, and this is clearly not true, and I refer to submissions 3 and 4 that did reference to this point, and also make the point that if the correct information had been provided, i.e. that the cut was greater than 1 meter, and we didn't accept it as being a fact when it's not a fact, there would have been greater scrutiny by more of us over earthworks, and we would have submitted accordingly. In my opinion, the lack of the provision of a topographical survey with technical engineering and earthworks drawings, including the batter slopes, and especially after submissions, is a serious omission of information relevant for assessment of the environmental effects and needs to be addressed now for all submitters. Frankly, with the conflicting information provided in terms of the ground level of the car park, the lack of information on battering, the misinformation about the height of the cut or the depth of the cut is clearly frustrating and is not good enough. Also, the inconsistencies highlighted above in the experts' reports needs clarification. 15, the impacts of back dune modification in proximity to the coast is a dominant aspect of the works required to establish the car park, and as such, the effects are considered to be moderate. This is a quote from the AEE, page 16. It's not a back dune, it's a fore dune. If you like, it's the back of a fore dune. The correct geomorphological term is foredune for the total area from the front to the back of the subject dune in this consent. There seems to be reluctance from the experts in their reports to call it a foredune. It's a living foredune. It's very sensitive. Hopefully it's growing. I wish that experts would use the correct technical term. That makes me wonder whether we have got enough expert opinion before this committee, given that it's such a basic thing that they can't call it a foredune and appear to have little expertise in foredunes or foredunes management or the geomorphological formation of them. Paris 17, Paris 17, the Tom Anderson, is it? Para 50 highlights relevant objectives from the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and I draw your attention, Commissioners, to Objective 1, to safeguard the integrity, form, functioning and resilience of the coastal environment and sustain ecosystems. Objective 2, to preserve the natural character and protect natural features and landscape values. Objective 5, to ensure that the coastal hazard risks are taken into account of climate change and are managed. On para 94, there's a quotation that both landscape architects are in agreement with the effect of natural character from the localised perspective, defined as being 55 to 58 marine parade, and it is moderate. And that on the environment, on the wider environment, the natural character effects are low to moderate. The proposed offset mitigation planting, and in fact, it's not offset mitigation, it's not mitigation, it's offsetting. So we're not avoiding, remedying, or mitigating, we are offsetting. And to me, there's quite a difference there. The offsetting of the vegetation to presumably to have some mitigation effect on the effect of that car park on the natural landscape is really only the little bit of planting at the southern end of it. The bulk of what's called the mitigation planting is all, or not all, but is predominantly to the southern end of Maclean Park, i.e. further south than the car parks that are proposed to be used for this consent. Quoting TA again in paragraph 95 in the AEE, based on this advice, there is at least a minor adverse natural character effect on the wider environment. In my opinion, the suggested mitigation planting does little to reduce the adverse natural character effects on 55 to 58 Marine Parade. And as I mentioned, the main mitigation planting is to the south. And it is offsetting, yeah, right. Paragraph 21, in my opinion, excessive plantings can have an unintended negative behaviour. E.g., a bush toilet. Excessive plantings were in place, and I've quoted here, see aerial photograph, 2001, page 48 of the Maclean report. So in the Maclean management report on page 48 and 47 for that matter, there is a series of aerial photographs dating from 1940, 2001, 1940, 1998, 2001 and 2013. The aerial photography of 2001 highlights that in the photo of 2013, that excessive vegetation has been taken out and replaced with green space. And that was, I guess, something that the general public had a hand in. Prior to that, there was a lot of plantings or vegetation, if you like, which, as I say, if you look at the two photographs between 2001 and 2013, they were taken out. And they were taken out, I believe, for the various reasons that they were antisocial. There were people using them as bush toilets. There was a colony of wild cats, which were basically domestic cats that had been liberated in that bush area. And we were also seeing syringes and needles. We don't want to see that again. So I'm really questioning, what are we achieving from the so-called offset plantings that are being proposed? I believe we are potentially producing an antisocial area. The proposed vegetation strip planting in front of the car park is totally inadequate, given the severely reduced width of 0.8 of a metre. The district plan has a prescribed width of vegetation protection, if you like, or screening for car parks to be a minimum of 2 metres wide. So therefore, this consent is non-complying in that respect of that particular rule. So that 0.8 metre space provides very little growing space, obviously, for any significant vegetation screening. And especially for us at 56 Marine Parade, where we have an elevated house viewing shaft, if you like. Ours is a first story house, and we've got a garage basement. In other matters on para 150, it's quoted that the project is consistent within the management plan of McLean Park. No, the project is inconsistent with the management plan in that the Southern Car Park deviates from that plan, as I mentioned before. Now we lead on to limited notification, and I've noted here that on paragraph 186 to 192, it's been stated that 53 to 60 Marine Parade are deemed to be adjacent land, and that's a technicality, but they are deemed to be adjacent land, and therefore potentially adversely affected. However, only 55 to 58 Marine Parade were notified. And 53, 54, 59, and 60 were not. I submit that this is an injustice by default of notification or lack of notification, and their rights have been denied. Rebecca Cray in para 7D made a visual assessment from 54 Marine Parade to 58 Marine Parade. This raises another question as to whether she deemed 54 Marine Parade, which is not one of the notified properties, to be visually affected. Appendix 8, page 21, quoting, residential viewing audiences are more sensitive to permanent change in their views, and while the proposed changes are well designed and sit lower within their views, the residual visual effect of these residents is still considered to be moderate. And that's the way that we feel about it. It is an effect, the visual effect as well as the landscape effect is more than minor. They're both deemed to have been classified as moderate by the experts. Point 28, page 23, zone 6 car park, quotation, this extension of development will contribute to the further loss and modification of McLean Park's remaining dune land, compromising part of Cavity's coastal environment. The zone 6 car park therefore does not represent the most appropriate use of that portion of McLean Park. Another quotation on page 24, the natural character values are compromised by this landform change within the coastal environment. Para 30, the parking, or note 30, the parking supply analysis is premised by a like-for-like replacement of car parks. And the Kapiti Island Tours is not expected to place an increased demand on existing car park supply. Megan Taylor, paragraph 24 of the report. And all travels are assumed to be by private vehicle, Tom Anderson, page 100. Now, clearly, we haven't had any analysis of mode of transport. It's just been assumed that everybody's going to be touring the island and getting to the initial destination of the shore by private vehicle. Where is the analysis of public transport, alternative transport, cycling, walking from a different destination or parking place? Where's the analysis of consideration to climate change, carbon footprints, you name it? We haven't got it before us today. In my opinion, the parking requirements are overstated, especially with respect to the latter statement of all travel by private vehicle. I would expect some expert analysis and opinion on alternative travel, public transport cycles, and government and council's initiative to reduce carbon footprints for this new activity. I therefore question the need for the new car park, especially in zone 6, McLean Park. Following on from that, I've just made some notes from the hearing yesterday. And firstly, I noted that Council, Mr. Randall, in his opening address, made the point quite strongly, and I believe incorrectly, when he said that there were only 2 minor aspects of the proposal non-compliant. Now, that's clearly not true. That might be true for the actual building end of it, but it's definitely not true for the car park. Because we have a car park that is excavating more than 50 cubic meters per year. We're told that it's going to be 550 meters of excavation. Does that mean it's going to take 11 years to excavate it? I hope not. We're told that the car park has a cut of less than a meter. That's clearly not true, and I'm hoping that the commissioners will obviously go and view that, and perhaps there might be an appropriate time to put those photographs up. Emma? If you want confirmation of what is non-complying, I think the best reference that I've got is to go to the assessment of environmental effects, page 18. And Mr. Randall, you'll see, if you read through that there are more than just 2 aspects that are non-compliant.
Sorry, what page were you directing me to?
I'm referring to page 18 of the AEE. And there's a table set out there of compliance. And it goes through about the next 6 or 8 pages.
Yes.
Maybe more.
So can I just clarify, you're raising points where the proposal doesn't comply with the permitted rules, is that right?
Correct.
It's non-complying, and that's different, that term different from the activity status of the consent, whether you fall into a controlled, discretionary or non-complying activity. So it's just a subtle difference in the language that it's got two meanings. One's the activity status,
Yeah.
and one is whether it complies with the permitted rules.
Well, I haven't got expert counsel with me, but I'm just raising the point, I guess, that commissioners need to be aware that there are more issues that are non-complying than
There's more matters of non-compliance.
Yeah.
That presumably fall into a controlled or discretionary activity status, but they still need consent. We understand that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that, I guess, raises the point that at what stage does the applicant seek consent for the earthworks, as an example, for the car park?
My understanding is they are seeking consent for
They're asking for consent now.
the car park earthworks, correct?
Right, but we haven't seen the detail, have we? So how can we submit? How can we analyse the effects of that excavation when we don't have any technical detail that shows us how deep the cut is, how far back the battering is going to be, the 3-to-1 battering, and the effect of that potentially could almost reach the crest of the dune.
Look, the information we have is the plan and the cross section showing that. That's the information that I'm aware of.
Well,
yeah.
With respect, my submission here is that it's totally inadequate for us to make any assessment.
So my colleague has already indicated that she's after some more information, an engineering plan on that. So
well, I'm just reiterating that.
Cool. Okay.
And that is not right. I note that, Madam Chair, you were concerned about natural hazards and potential storm surge and vulnerability and modification of the dunes, and I hope that that follows through with the applicant providing the relevant information to alleviate those concerns. Ms. Law, in her evidence, said in quotations, as I read it or heard it, that it was always intended to have a car park in the Southern Maclean Park, and there's no need for engineering, any engineering and design. And she also went on to say that she agrees that the Southern Car Park is not required under planning law. Ms. Taylor provided a rather confusing commentary on the need or not need for car parking. But what I took from her comments yesterday was that when she did a study, and there's some question as to what the study really means in terms of, was it representative? Does it really mean anything? But I took out of it that there are 290 car park spaces in this environment, and there's 47 are required for the gateway if it's in full operation. So my maths tells me that there are still 91 available, less whatever gets knocked out with the applicants to Uruhi building. And that really, it has to be questioned. An elaborate, over-the-top, extra area of patios, which are really an extravagant and a bad use of flat environment for that facility. I mean, why knock out car parks to have some elaborate, terracing and patio areas? Ms. Taylor also commented that whilst car parking is expected to increase, there is still a lot of car parking supply available today. We then have the question of the effect of overhang from vehicles, and comment or expert opinion was that 400 millimeters of overhang should be provided. But against that, the applicant was concerned that that was going to cut further into the back dune because it would push the car park further into the fore dune, and therefore the battering could be even more severe and go further back. I measured one of our family cars last night, and it's a Subaru Legacy, just an ordinary family car. You need 600 millimeters to have no effect on vegetation damage. Ms. Taylor also is quoted as saying that they hadn't factored in public transport, walking or cycling. Now that clearly to me is a severe shortcoming, particularly given government direction on mitigating climate change effects and carbon footprint. Ms. Cray was also quoted that she said, this is talking about the Southern car park, this is a level car park with no excavation. Also quoted that the vertical cut is less than a metre. And that they haven't identified the planting area of the batters or have a planting plan. Another shortcoming. She also said that the vegetation, this is the offsetting vegetation, may impose on views of the dune. Is that sensible? I would have thought that the fore dune is quite a natural feature, and as such, it needs to be admired and seen. Right, so just reminded me that I asked for some photos. So that photo I've got on the screen there is the existing car park where my wife is standing, and she's probably standing about 5 meters or less from the road, and that's the height of the dune that's going to be excavated. She's 165 centimeters tall, 1.65 meters. Draw your own conclusions as to whether that's less than a meter. The next photo, please. That's a photograph that I took last night from the footpath opposite the existing car park. Shows a couple of important things. Just to backing up what Mrs. Burgess said, there were 2 motorhomes, not camper vans, motorhomes in the car park last night. The signage you can see more to the left between the gap of the 2, and that's the signage there, and it clearly says 1 car park allowed. And it's not an allocated car park. We were told yesterday by the experts that that car park provided for 2 parking spaces, self-contained parking spaces, and they were allocated. There's no allocation. There's no marcations on the pavement to show that this is that a particular park is a freedom camping park site for motorhomes. just going back to the previous photo, please. What that all shows is the current position of vegetation strips managed by council. I'm not 100% sure of the width of that strip, but I believe it's between 1.2 and 1.5 meters. And that shows that there is limited species that will withstand the environment, the people environment in terms of people taking shortcuts across the vegetation. Council has replanted that a number of times that I'm aware of in my history there. And that's the end result that we've got today. It's not satisfactory for screening. It's not satisfactory in that cars can bump right into it. There's no, what do you call them, bump boards or curbs or whatever. Car stopping here. Ms. McLean, in her evidence yesterday, re the coastal hazards and unearthworks of the southern car park, also reiterated that the excavated volume was going to be 550 cubic meters and the cut no more than a meter. So there seems to be a common thread here that all of the experts are singing the same song of less than a meter cut, and that is clearly not true, and I'm very disappointed. Very disappointed that we're not getting the true information. Ms. McLean also, in quotations, didn't know about the impact on the rest of the dune, and she's not spoken with anybody with expertise. Again, disappointing. She also made the point that a 1.6 meter sea level rise would inundate this area. I'm not so sure that the Jacobs report has actually factored in storm surge, and you'd be very aware of some recent events overseas, in particular the effect of Hurricane Ian on Florida and neighboring states. You know, as I said, that is our stopping. That is our protection. We need it preserved. We had some comment about the proposed regional policy statement changes in respect of climate change and transport. And Emma McLean said, well, they haven't looked into them yet. Really, that's not satisfactory either. I just want to throw in another comment here that when I was discussing with council the implications of this consent in the early days, and I was, I can't remember whether I was talking to Alison Law or Emma McLean. It was one of the two because they were dealing with inquiries. And I was putting it to them that the southern car park wasn't really needed. And their answer to me, which one of them it was, said it is needed for other town projects, e.g. a 4-star hotel. Now this is not good, because it appears the council are using a bit of a Trojan horse here, and they're using this consent process to potentially try and get a car park for other activities. So I conclude in general terms that that there are adverse environmental effects that are more than minor, especially the landscape effects and the visual effects of the southern car park. That the application is contrary to some policies and objectives of the district plan, and therefore it doesn't comfortably fit through the gateway test of section 104D. The need for the new southern car park is not demonstrated. And a suggestion to the applicant, Mr. Randall, that you might have a greater success of consent approval if you consider dropping off the southern car park from your application.
Thanks for your contribution. I'll just check if my colleagues have some questions. You talked about this in your written submission and when you spoke about this 1999 line.
Yep.
And in your written submission, you talked about it being adjacent.
Yep. To the car park.
Adjacent to the car park. Yeah, look, I just think I need to understand, if you understand what that rule is, and able to explain it to me, because I was thinking when you said it's adjacent, it's not within a no build area. But are you saying it is within a no build area?
What I'm saying is that the car park is in a potential build area.
A potential build area.
But the the underlying line of the build area was set in 1999 and was attempted to be amended in 2012 by, I can't remember the authors of that study, but in 2012, it basically tipped Jenny Rowan out of Mayoralty because of the dissatisfaction of the analysis and the imposition of what we call tram lines. So this particular study in 2012 or thereabouts set a 50-year setback and a 100-year setback from the coast, primarily based on analysis of where the coastline had been in the past. And those 50-year and 100-year lines, one of them in terms of our property, the 50-year was at our front gate and the 100-year line was through our back bedroom. So what I'm highlighting here is that council has been privy to implementing the 99 line, attempting to impose other lines in 2012, and is now in the process of potentially ratifying the Jacobs report, which is done in a different way of analysis. So leading on from that, I'm saying that is it prudent, is it wise, are council taking account of climate change and the impact of storm surges and intensification of rainfall events? And I think not. And so it seems to me to be completely offensive that the applicant is also the council and should show more stewardship and taking cognizance of potential future events, which are going to impact on the development that they're currently proposing, being the Uruhi building and the car park.
So just looking at your property, so this building line that you're saying is currently in place is referenced in the district plan, do you think? Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And it appears where?
Well, we
put up
haven't,
pla-
we
can
haven't
just
been
put a-
shown it in these plans.
Oh, I
I
see.
did ask for some extra information.
Where is it? It's not on your property.
No, it's on the basically somewhere around the coastal edge of the proposed car park.
All right.
So it's in McLean Park.
And your understanding that
Oh,
means that,
is that it there?
so does that
okay.
mean that on the seaward side, there's a restriction on building on the seaward side?
Well, yeah, and what it's basically saying is it's unwise, obviously, to build on the seaward side, and it is restricted.
Yeah.
But on the landward side,
Yeah.
you should have some prudence too, shouldn't you, in terms of what you're doing in terms of
But there's no current rules on that at the moment. It's just that is an old line, and you're
well,
saying
that is the
that
current line.
that's the current line, but
That's
it's
the
from
current-
1999, and there's been
Yeah.
all this work since then.
Well, there's been two studies since then,
Yeah.
one in 2012 and one
Yeah.
of recent times.
Yes.
Both of those expert studies used different methodologies and
Yeah.
came up with completely different results. So
And the one in 2012 put a 50-year line at your front gate
or
and a
thereabouts.
100-year line
And-
at your back bedroom or somewhere.
Yeah, well, pushing
Right.
the back of the house.
And then what about the Jacobs one?
Well, the Jacobs one is been in my understanding, it's been documented on a different basis. So Jacobs has based his primarily, in my understanding, on the prograding and the degrading of the coastal foreshore. So what he says in his report is that the promontory of Paraparam Beach, so that's that's sort of the rounded
Yes.
curve,
Yep.
the promontory, progrades or accretes, if you want to use that term, but it's progrades, the technical term. It progrades at a faster rate than the rest of the coast because it is receiving sediment from the northern river mouths, which is being driven down the coast by the predominant northwesterly wind and is more likely to settle on the promontory first. Therefore, it assists in the prograding of that foreshore. And as you travel further south, it gets to a point towards the end of Marine Parade to the south where there is erosion rather than accretion, because the protection of the island doesn't allow as much deposition of the sand material coming down from the rivers. And so there is the growth, if you like, of the foredune stops halfway down the coast of Marine Parade and then turns into potentially more erosion. And so if you look at Jacob's report, in the short future, he's saying that that our property is quite safe, but further south there's going to be erosion, which he projects out for a number of terms, 50 or 100 years or whatever, and he shows it eating up Marine Parade Street and even up to 2 house steps inland.
So the years in the Jacobs report are predicted out to 100 years as well.
I'm not an expert. I'd rather not answer that question,
okay.
but I'm just
But
I'm just giving you my basic reading of that report.
yeah, I was just interested in what it's showing for your property, that you're not subject to coastal erosion.
No, it's not. It's actually showing that our beachfront, immediately out from our place, it is prograding or accreting.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know, and I haven't read it closely enough to ascertain whether he's factored in storm surge. I know he's factored in sea level rise, but has he factored in intensity of storm events? And that's where we're short of information in this hearing, and that we've raised the question of storm surge, and particularly through you, Madam Chair, you've raised it, and we haven't got any answers. So is it prudent stewardship by the council to be spending ratepayers' money on infrastructure, i.e. a car park and a building, in what is potentially a non-sustainable area over time? And the applicant has suggested that the building is made of pods and can be removed. Well, if they feel that way, why are they putting it there in the first place? Why would you build something on the basis that you're going to remove it? Beggars belief.
Okay, thank you.
Were we able to put up the photos of the camper vans or the homes? I just have a few comments on or questions around parking. And so these photos were to demonstrate the camper vans in the current car park and also the overhang at on one of them. Is that right?
No. That photograph was taken at 6:30 last night, and it just showed that fact that there were two motorhomes in that car park when the sign says only one is permitted.
Yep.
And it's a similar photograph, if you like, to the overlay and the montage that we've got, in that the overlay shows that there were two motorhomes in that car park at the time that the overlay was done. So it's quite a regular event, as we've heard.
Yeah, no.
And there is, as that sign says, that there is only a maximum of one allowed, but it's not being policed, and it's being abused.
Appreciate it. We go to the other photo. If there's one more, I think it's Murray Wilson, number 2. So I just want to speak to the point about, no, there was one with the edge of the camper van motorhome. Yeah, Michael Wilson, sorry.
Well, that's different. That's next
Okay,
bigger.
all right, no, that's okay. I was just curious on the length of the camper van in that car park. Did you speak to measuring that? Because you talked about the need for 600 millimeters.
What I said
Yeah, let me
was
get that
that we had evidence yesterday that the prescribed
Distance between.
the prescribed distance from the front wheel to the vegetation, if you like, should be 0.4 of a metre. Some transport policy, or not policy, but suggestion or rule.
The wheel stop.
I measured our small family car last night, and it would require 600 millimetres, 0.6 of a metre for that to occur. So, and there are probably longer vehicles than that. That motorhome there would probably have a shorter distance than half a metre. But it's also got the back, and if that vehicle backed up to the back of the car park, if those bollards weren't there, which will stop it in this case, but if the bollards weren't there, that distance would be well over a metre required from the back wheel to the whatever vegetation we're trying to protect. So we have an issue.
Thank you. I want to make sure I got what you're
the only
taking
way
from photos.
The only way to alleviate it is to remove motorhomes completely, because they've got the biggest distance of bump space to vegetation, or to put in bump bars, and that would involve widening the car park further to be able to get manoeuvrability in that car park. So that's going to have an impact on the better slopes of the new car park, which pushes it, as I said, almost to the crest line. Well, it goes back to almost that walkway, I believe. But again, we haven't got measurements, and I'm just assuming based on scaling that photograph.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I just wanted to follow up a bit more on that overhang issue. if there were wheel stops there, would you think that would solve part of the issue of the planting in terms of effect on planting in those
Well, there
strips?
are two issues, I guess, with the planting. I mean, the first issue that has been proposed that the width of the planting be only 0.8 of a metre. So then it becomes more critical to have those wheel stops in place so that we don't get an impact on the struggling vegetation in that narrow strip.
Mm.
The second point is that narrow strip doesn't provide much width for plants to grow to any height.
And the third point
And the
that you mentioned or showed also in that photograph.
The third
the
point
gaps.
would be the impact of human behaviour traipsing across
The trampling effect,
the
shortcuts.
shortcutting the planting space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because history shows us that most people will jump out of their car parks across the vegetation and walk down the berm of the road as opposed to going up the back and walking along the boardwalk if they're going to the village.
Yes, those are certainly design considerations which we have raised. I'm interested too in your comment about the grass area being planted, that you felt that for you, your amenity was, well, you talked about the fortune was there to be admired and visible rather than planted. So you're saying that I'm just trying to clarify your values, I suppose, that you would consider
Well, the
grass preferable to planting.
I guess the first thing that I'd say is that we're reinventing potentially what we had before. We had lots of vegetation there before in the early 2000s. And then that was removed sometime later, and you'll see in the overlay, aerial overlay in this McLean Park management plan that it shows a lot less vegetation. So we've been through a situation where, for practical reasons, the vegetation, and I have to say that most of it was not native vegetation, so that was probably another reason why it was removed, but it did harbour antisocial behaviour and it did harbour feral cats. Now, in terms of whether we should be planting the grassed areas, I have a view that there is more recreational benefit, and after all, this is a recreational park. There's more recreation benefit from having it as grassed, where people can enjoy the landform, can see the landform, but can also sit on it and picnic on it. And frankly, the offsetting that's been proposed, in my opinion, goes nowhere near the impact of putting about 800 square metres of tar seal down versus 1,100 square metres of planting. It's almost 1.5 for 1. Well, that doesn't do it to me. And the offsetting planting has very little screening or amenity effect on that second car park, because there's only a little bit of planting being proposed in the gap at the gap opposite Ocean Road, and the bulk of the offsetting planting is being done further south, where there is no increased degradation of the foredune, and because it is the car park further north, i.e. the southern car park number 6, that is the issue. So the offsetting doesn't mitigate the effects of the imposition of that car park in the dune. All it does is satisfy some theoretical experts who feel that it's going to mitigate. And they, I think, use the term that we have to look at the coastline as a holistic piece. And so they're saying that the offsetting planting over a much longer piece of the coast than what we're talking about in this is going to be enhanced. Well, I don't believe it is. I'm very strongly of the view that this part of McLean Park is used for recreational use of the grassed area, and gives a break in the natural sense of people walking along that concrete walkway, because on the one side you've got the outlook to the coast, and the other way you've got some large areas of grass where people can be picnicking and having a good time.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, are you saying that people use the area for the proposed new car park for picnics
Yeah, they do. And
rather than on the beach?
well, the weather on the beach, as you
Right.
appreciate, and with the wind blowing.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. So it is an alternative to the beach,
Mhm.
but it is also used quite regularly because we have a couple of car parks either side of it
Right.
at the moment.
The
But
excess
if we
is-
replace 70% of it or 66% of it with a car park, we're left with a minimal area, and then that minimal area is proposed to be planted in vegetation. So we've lost a lot. And they've lost the plot.
I just wanted to clarify one other thing. You talked about your suspicion that the car park's to service a hotel.
Yeah.
Is that in the residential area where you are, or is that something else that's planned that I'm not aware
It's
of?
in the town centre area, and it is on Marine Parade, and it was, I believe, was bought by council for the initial purpose of having the Gateway project stationed there. And then the ideas have morphed over time to the point that we have an application now for the Gateway being where it presently is.
So presumably,
And the site has now been either sold or leased to a potential owner who's proposing to build a 4-star hotel.
so in the town centre, probably 500 metres or so from this car park area. Is that right?
Yeah, probably a bit more, maybe 150 metres. It's just,
100. Sorry, I said 500.
is it?
I'm using the 500 because the traffic engineer was talking about the 500 metre walking, but I've no idea what the distance is.
Well, the
between
500 metre walking, the way I read it, goes right down to the southernmost car park that they are now doubling up in spaces.
Right. Okay. So 300 or something.
From where?
The hotel to where this car park.
Oh, it'd be less than 200.
Less than 200. Okay. Thank you.
The point seller is basically opposite the square plot.
Yeah.
Which is.
So I'm just trying to understand how the car park would have anything to do with the hotel so far away.
Well, you'd have to ask a council.
Oh, no, I'm just asking your view.
Well,
yeah.
well, my view is that council sees this as a soft touch. They see it as an area they can grab now for a car park. They have fudged things a bit in terms of the management plan in the Uruhi management plan, where the car park was proposed in a different location to the one today. And so they are looking to get a car park by one means or another. And knowing that the planning requirements have changed for new buildings to the point, I believe, that car parks are not required, that in practical terms, there will be car parks required for that new hotel. So what are they doing? The owner of the new hotel will be maximising the use of his space to build rooms and not allowing for any car parking.
And just when you talked before about the reserve management plan, that's the plan for the whole park. Yeah. And what does it say about, I haven't had an opportunity to review that, but you've obviously looked at it. Does it, you've said it doesn't anticipate car parking here, or it doesn't provide for car parking. Just talk to me through a bit more about how, is it just a...
In this plan, it proposes a car park, if you like, on the other side of the existing car park that's in front of us. So the car park that is proposed in this plan is opposite 50, 51, 52, 53 Marine Parade. So it is, as I say, it's a new car park on the northern side of the existing one that had the two motorhomes in it. And it links that car park with the next car park. And it's commonly called Fish and Chip Hill. So it's that green space in the middle of the screen there that is where the McLean Park plan shows a car park.
Is it Fish and Chip Hill? Because that's what people do there.
Yeah.
So do you think maybe they've tried to... So that's obviously a picnic area as well.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, because just down the road there are a couple of fish and chip shops.
Right. And the parking, as you've mentioned.
But having said that, that site there that we're just talking about would require a far deeper cut than the proposed one in zone C6. And I think that might be a reason why council is shying away from it. But what I'm saying is there's that the one proposed in C6 is a deviation from
so what's shown
plan
for
that has
C6?
been shown in the public arena and has been ratified by the council.
So what's shown for the area for C6? Just no change.
There's no change. No, that's right.
And is there discussion about the plans for car parking, or is it just a map?
Is there a discussion?
Is there written statements about their plans for parking,
well,
or have you just focused on the
I
map?
haven't read it that closely. I've only just looked at the overlay, I guess, and realised that the proposed car park plan in the management plan of McLean Park was in the urban zone, whatever I called it in my evidence, as opposed to the residential and open space zone further south where it's proposed.
So that's the only additional car parking that you've noticed in the management plan?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I've got any further questions. No. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very helpful. So next up is so we've got Claire and Michael. That's right, isn't it? Yes. Thank you. In your hands. And look, we will break at 1 o'clock, so don't be offended if we get partway through you, depending on how long you need.
I intend to make this pretty swift.
Okay, it's all right. Well, don't feel rushed. We've got time.
Thanks to all the presenters previously, because they've pretty much covered everything that I have made notes on, so I don't need to speak for too long. I'd like to start by just going through some notes I made yesterday on the expert witnesses. The first one, John Barrett, I'd just like to say that in essence, we have no problem with the iwi view that they need to tell their story and get public awareness around that. We have no issue with a car park, a gateway concept, except not in its current form and price tag. It is exorbitant and not necessary and takes up valuable coastal reserve. If it was redesigned and comes up in a different form, in a different place, fair enough. The resource involved in telling the story, the whole coastline from the boat shed right down Marine Parade could be utilized for telling their story in different ways. One other point that was never ever raised is iwi. Mr. Barrett runs boats across to the island, so primarily his business is benefiting directly from the council providing biosecurity services and premises, which is not a problem, just not in the current location and not in the grand style that is being promoted. Moving on, generally, I was aghast at some of the quality of reporting from expert witnesses. Under questioning from yourselves, a lot of them didn't seem to have the answers. The time that these people were given to prepare for this hearing was a lot more than we were afforded. It's rushed, and the responses were pretty disappointing, to say the least. Especially revolving around Marine Parade management plan, the plans for the gateway itself. Some of the witnesses struggled to answer your questions, and some even seemed ignorant of what was in the plans. Some of the comments we received around the works that are going to be undertaken. No earthworks required for the gateway. There is extensive decking around that gateway. Are we driving piles? Are we screwing piles? Are we excavating piles? There is a maximum amount of excavation you're allowed to do. There's no information around anything like that. No excavation required around the car park was another quote. We've already established there'll be quite considerable excavation required. If we jump back to the very beginning, the consultation process was scant. The council's outlook on the general public's input was nil. Mail drops, consultations. There was a petition containing 3,000 signatures given to the council, which was put in at a council meeting and was promptly put in the bin. Public input was ignored. We get the impression that the Gateway project is always been going to go ahead in their mind. The cost has spiraled. It is over 100% increase on the initial cost. Experts didn't seem to know what the consultation was or when it was. Moving through quickly again. Mr. Mark Ward, the financial guy. He seemed to have a very rose-tinted pair of spectacles and compared Kapiti or Paraparamu to the Wairarapa in terms of economics without some drastic surgery. We ain't going to compete with the Wairarapa and what they have to offer. And it isn't the council that has to input and make amenities available. It's entrepreneurial people required, and getting planning through the council is next to impossible. Transport. Ms. Taylor seemed very sketchy on her details. Car parks required. Other modes of transport not covered, apart from 1 or 2 bike racks that may or may not be on the western side of the gateway. Public transport, traffic management planning. There is no public transport runs across that area that I'm aware of. People may or may not use the railway and take a bus from the railway down at the Paraparamu, but it will not deposit them at the gateway without changes. The landscape. Murray has covered the planting and the concerns about what used to happen out there and still does to a certain degree with the non-contained camper vans. The planting. The photo montages that have been supplied are not really to scale. They don't really show anything. There are no sectional drawings of the car park, the excavation, the cutout, and no one has mentioned, but on the Cuttress drawings, there is an accessible walkway put into the dune. My experience, accessible walkways must be no more than 1 in 12 with level landing areas, 1.2 by 1.2 meters top and bottom of the slope. That will not be achieved with the height of the dunes at present. The witnesses all insist the cut is less than 1 meter. It is actually more like 1.4 to 1.6 meters. So achieving that. Going on. The main points in clearing my submission, we actually employed a person to write this for us. He was more of an environmental engineer, and a lot of this revolves around environmental stuff, which I won't go through. You have it in front of you, you can read it. It has been covered by just about everybody else here. The only other reinforcement I would say is Liana mentioned camper vans and motorhomes. Murray has mentioned it as well. It is ongoing, unmanaged activity, and self-contained vans aren't such a major problem. The non-contained smaller vans frequent those areas a lot, and using the dunes as toilet areas. Basically, we oppose the gateway and its current form. People have said you should take a holistic view of the coastal environment. I agree with that, but without building intrusion. The council seem to have a an idea that the more buildings you get in there, you're creating amenities. You're actually degrading the public space and lessening the enjoyment for just about everybody else. Little bit garbled, but I think that covers everything. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. So that's all I have to say. Claire would like to say a few words, so thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks as well, Emma. Appreciate your assistance and all this. And yeah, hi to everyone. I'm more speaking just from, like just a ratepayer. I don't have any expert witnesses, like for me to actually go and pay for that. And as well, we would have needed the time because we only got notified initially, like in June, that there was a car park. And then we got in with the people with the gateway. So, we've had a pretty swift sort of involvement, and it's just not been very forthcoming or helpful, but it's actually really stressful. And Emma, could you just put my photos up, please? I just seen another one of the car park last night. Yeah, but it's just like, for us, like we love where we live. We're bought where we live for us, like for a very special reason. This is our deck, and that's just our view, just looking out there. So you can see where the brown fence, that's our gate. So that's the dune there. So we actually enjoy the fore-dune. We can see the water, and we can see the Kapiti Island. If that's got like these high vehicles in there, like in this fore-dune, we're going to actually not even see the water. And that's beautiful. But like the dune we know is, it's natural and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, I really just want to point out that is my view. And there's one or two of the Kemper ones as well, Emma thinks. Like the one that we've seen the main picture of is the smaller one. The other one was a lot bigger. I went over last night to take the photos, and then they come out and say, oh, we're doing something wrong. But, I was pleasant to them because I don't feel it's my job to be moving them on if the council can't, and nothing to do with the cops. And they were lovely people. But you can see the rubbish bin there as well. Like that is, sort of the height of the fore-dune. So, yeah, anyway, that's my bit. But I just am really disappointed that, we feel like we're actually just battling against, the council, the applicants and their lawyers and their experts. And I just don't actually trust really, what's being dealt to us. And if the resource consent goes through, and then if there's all these conditions, the council will just change all those by some way. I presume, I'm not accusing, but I just, that this is the way we actually feel, and that does add stress. All of us in this group, we've actually, come together really well, making good friends and everything, but it's just like, it's not a nice time for us. And we don't, we shouldn't have to be like paying rates to pay for like yesterday there was 25 people against us. There was 13 allowed to submit because Liana's house is number 57 and 58. So 13 people, there's basically half of those were prepared to put our name on council file, our name, our address, our phone number, our email. This is all public for everyone. And, that's, I did talk to somebody that's, known in the community. He said, my position, I have to be careful. I don't want my name and all that information sort of like technically, we are going against the council. And that's actually not fair. But anyway, I think that's pretty much my point. But I think there was just one more photo might have been used before with the overhang. But, the other thing is, so that you might have seen that before. But the other thing is, like we do take this seriously. And, when we do get the results of the resource consent, when there's a new council, we're going to be watching it really closely. And as a group, that's where we are going to have to make the time to get together, get some fundraising through our contacts in the local community, And we will be definitely lawyering up to go to the Environment Court, because this is just not right and not fair. And if anyone sitting here works on my side of the table disagrees with what I've said, then I actually certainly and welcome that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Lunchtime.
Not quite. We might have some questions,
Oh,
which
yeah,
we'll
sorry.
take for the next couple of minutes. But,
Sorry.
but did you have any questions?
Thank you both for your submissions. I've got a question around the gateway concept. You mentioned, Michael, about that you didn't have an issue with the gateway as a concept, but except for the location and the cost. You would have heard, were you here yesterday? I think you were here yesterday
Yes.
when Mr. Barrett provided his evidence. So you understand the significance of that particular location to
Yes.
that 3 different iwi. Yeah, I don't really know what my question is actually. But you can see where I'm
Yeah.
probably heading, that the location,
cultural
is
side
there
of
another
this,
location that you could see that this would work?
I don't think the council have investigated deep enough or looked far enough. The boat shed was mentioned, and they got into strife with the boat shed, apparently. You know, we do know several people in the area, and we do hear what goes on, and the boat shed was approached as a location for the gateway, and it fell through for one reason or another. I believe that the council have set their minds out to build the gateway where they want to build it. They're rushing through to get consent as quickly as possible, even though some parts of it won't pass scrutiny. It should have been widely notified. The amount of people who are allowed to speak up against it has been minimized, mitigating the risk on the council side. As I said earlier, there was a petition with 3,000 signatures presented to council, and it was ignored. I think if wider notification had happened, it would have been more difficult for them to get it through. The funding is the biggest issue. We as ratepayers basically are paying for it, although the council now tell us that it's the Mahuta money from Three Waters that they are planning to use rather than ratepayer funds. We don't know.
I'm going to stop you there because we're straying into other areas and I'm
Well,
conscious of the time,
fair
but
comment,
thank you.
Fair comment, but it is what is being talked about in the community. And the budget for the gateway is exorbitant for what is required, biosecurity, to get people to the island. To tell the story of the iwi could be done on a significantly smaller budget. The whole of the boardwalk across the beach front could be used as a story trail. There are different ways you can do it. You do not need a golden palace with significant decking and areas around it to facilitate that need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've just got, or did you have one? Okay, I've just had one quick question. You commented about there being no public transport to the gateway side, but is then I was a bit confused because I think you were talking about a bus from the railway station.
Well,
but
the main transport hub is at the railway station.
sure.
Buses come down into Paraparaumu Beach, do not go near the gateway. They stop in the town centre.
But they
So
do go to Paraparam Beach.
They go to Paraparam
Okay,
Beach,
thanks.
yes,
I just
but
wanted to clarify that.
it's another 400-500 metre walk.
Yeah. And then just the accessible ramp that you were concerned would require earthworks, is that the one
Um,
here?
It's on the plan for the new car park.
Yeah.
New accessible ramp. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the one you're talking about.
Yes,
Here,
so-
not at the gateway side
it-
itself.
The thing is, everybody is making the assumption that the cut is only going to be 1 metre.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dunes are actually higher than 1 metre, and then you have to go down base course to get your foundation for your road.
But that's for this bit here, but this would be higher than,
Oh.
again, wouldn't it?
You will not.
Front part of that.
If that dune is higher than 1 metre, you will not achieve the 1 in 12.
Yeah.
Minimum as an accessible run. Without changing the location, but again, it's another part of, you would have to excavate through the dune to create that run. Yeah, and it's 1.2 start and stop point, top and bottom.
Sorry?
It has to be a 1.2 by 1.2.
Oh, a flat area.
flat area,
Yes,
top and
yes,
bottom.
yeah. Do you know what the height is across there approximately,
It'll
or
be approximately 1.4.
1 point
They're taking that,
vertical height? Yeah.
they are taking it from the footpath, which is lower than the crest of the dune, which means they have to excavate through the dune. I know it's only a concept drawing, but it's, in its current form, that's not achievable.
That's all. Thanks. Jade, anything quick?
And just a comment. Thank you for your presentation today. And as you know, we'll do a follow-up site visit. So we've got some particular locations to not only visit, but experience and taking the guidance that we've heard today. Just on your comment about cultural visibility and the Uruhi project, is there anywhere that you would suggest we go to see any cultural representations along the site?
Opposite the bottom of McLean Street, there are some, what's the word I want to, plaque, for
Mhm.
want of a better word, it has a story on it. There are some temporary signage has been put up as well, but if you walk along the boardwalk, as they call it, the concrete path along the top of the dunes, all the way along there, you are afforded brilliant views of the island.
Mhm.
Possibility is there to start your story at one end, take it round to where the power was,
Mm.
have some commemorative thing there.
Thank you.
The
Very good.
gateway itself could be where the boat shed is. Biosecurity is all that's required. Thank you.
Right, we'll take. Okay.
One quick question. When we do our site visit, could we go and have a look from your deck?
Yeah, be fine.
Okay.
I've got the kettle on.
We're not allowed to do that. If we do a site visit to any particular properties, we're not, just to be clear, we're not allowed to engage with anybody outside the hearing. So,
Just walk in, do what you do.
right, we'll take the lunch break. So we're just running 5 minutes late. So we'll come back at, well, and a whole submitter late. Sorry. We'll come back at. Oh, it said 12:40. Oh gosh, what was going on yesterday's lunchtime? Oh dear, not very good at keeping to time. So we'll try and do 45 minutes. So we'll come back at 10 to 2. Is that okay? Or do people need that time? Yeah, we probably do, don't we? Yep. Okay, so 10 to 2. Thanks, everyone. we'll re-adjourn and we're due to hear from Zena Knight.
Good day, everyone. My name's Darren Hunter. I'm speaking on behalf of Zena Knight. I'll give you a little bit of background about Zena. She's a bit shy, so she's not going to say anything. So Zena's lived at 5 Marine Parade for 45 years, and I met Zena through the beginning of the Te Uruhi set of plans that was first submitted for resource consent. So I'm here to support Zena in the capacity that for her to get a handle around all this paperwork is something that I think is too much to ask for someone unless you're prepared to spend a great deal of money pouring through the jargon, the bureaucracy, and different parts of different plans. So I'm gonna mention a few things that that concerns her, and also I'm going to have a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the fundamental issues that we see as an issue in regards to in general about the whole process, and about council's stewardship or kaitiaki of how they're meant to manage our collective whenua. So when I was preparing to speak, I thought, well, this is the second in 35 years as an architectural designer. This is the second hearing I've ever been to, actually the third. So a little bit about me. I live within walking distance of Zena's home. I'm not beachfront, I'm a street or two back. I have an architectural practice in Parapara Umu, and I walk with my dogs on the beach every single day, or should I say in McLean Park. So I feel I've got a really good understanding of the environment and also the comings and goings of McLean Park. Just as Zena, of 45 years, she has a great deal of knowledge about what's changed over the years. And I think some of her oral understanding of how things have changed rather than a scientific and technical understanding is invaluable. Now, I think 45 years in one home and watching the environment change, people change, the density of where we live change, I think that's actually invaluable. I think as New Zealanders, I think we have to have a recheck on what we see as our commitment and our understanding of a sustainable future. And I think while Zena in 45 years has seen huge change, I don't think she expected the change to occur across the road from her home, which has been a reserve or recreational reserve piece of land for that entire time. Whilst the landscape's changed, the dunes have increased in size, grass has been planted, skate parks have put on, but Te Uruhi is a huge leap forward for Zena, because her home is the most affected. Her home is a single-storey dwelling. It's in the ponding zone, so it sits relatively it's low-lying. And so I come back to what I originally thought of when I was going to speak today. So the question I've asked myself, and I also think it's worthwhile to refresh and remind people of actually what the RMA is. Now, I'm not going to read the RMA, so rest assured, you're not going to get a blow by blow, but there's one sentence that I would like to share with you all. And I think for Zena also, this strikes true. So it says, the overriding purpose of the RMA is to promote the sustainable management of the natural and physical resource. The natural and the physical. And now the word sustainable, I think everyone bandies it around. They like to throw it in, especially the architectural fraternity, throw the word eco or sustainable in there and all things are good. But in essence, building anything is probably one of the worst things this country can do in regards to our commitment to carbon emissions and climate change. So the question is we've got a sustainable ideal, but we don't actually practice that very much. So the question is, why this particular project? Why this building? Why this building in that particular location? These are all questions that perhaps the commissioners would ask themselves when they first started reading this stuff. Now, the people on this side of the table have been and a large number of us have been fighting this for 2 years. So where I would start was to say that we have a McLean Park that's 30,000 square metres of space. Big piece of land. That area of land was diminished and as identified as a to have buildings, to have structures, was at the northern end of McLean Park, where the boating club currently sits. And also there's a designated line on the plan that shows where Te Heru is placed. Now there was consultation, and Alison Law touched on it lightly yesterday, that the management plan was has been a progression. In 2017, myself and my wife Sharon were involved in lobbying council to increase that area of land, because there was a line drawn in the sand to say this is potentially where any building would have to be north of that red line. So we lobbied the council to say perhaps the area of land should be larger to include a usable piece of land that was actually sensible enough to actually fit a building on. So the management plan went as far as identifying that there is a designated area north of that red line, and someone can call that up, but you know, we're talking 5 years ago that was designated. So we've got a building that's going into that southern part of the stream. Now, within that southern part of the stream, there's 31 car parks. How do we end up with a building on top of a car park? I don't know. How do we end up with a building on top of a car park that destroys 18 car parks? Now, ask yourself, if we're going to be honest about sustainability, what is the point of ripping out 18 car parks that the ratepayers have paid for? We get the use of that amenity every single day. The stormwater works fine, the curb and channel works fine, people use it every day. So we're going to rip out 18 car parks, and then we're going to add a car park. The cost of that is $3.65 million, according to the council's latest budget. Now, I'm not talking about the money, I'm talking about the principle of the car park being destroyed to make way for a building. Now, there's enough land at the southern side of the stream to fit a building that we discussed at the early stages of the management plan. And council gave 3 proposals for the northern part of the stream and the small piece of land we're talking about. They gave 3 proposals in their management plan. And as Alison mentioned, they had a workshop day down at the beach, and they got about 1,000 submissions. Now, what that consisted of was 1,000 submissions where anyone that was at the beach on that day could make a submission. So whether you were from Kelburn up for the day, or whether you lived at Otaki, or whether you're from Paraparamu, you could write on a piece of paper what you'd like to see in the park. That consultation that they're basing their evolution of their management plan on is 1,000 pieces of paper where kids might have put better slides, swimming pool, rocket, burger joint, anything that they thought would be a good thing in the park was submitted as a submission. It was counted as a submission. So we've got 1,000 ideas, and perhaps 100 of them might have been valid. 900 of them could have been pie in the sky. Council haven't kept a record of that, it's gone. So we've got 1,000 submissions, and that evolved into what we are currently working with today, which is a management plan with a small piece of land on the south side of the stream, where we're having to take out 18 car parks, according to their current resource consent. We're putting a building in an entire area that is ponding, the whole area. When that building is positioned above the 100-year flood line and there's a storm or there's surge, the building will be encircled by water, because the ponding area is such, by today's science, is that it's a ponding area. So I'm thinking, well, there's 2 really black marks on the sustainability idea. Rip out 18 car parks, build it on a ponding area. It's also built over the boundary. There's a portion of the building that's also built outside of the open space into perhaps what's called road reserve. Someone would have to clarify that with me. The next thing is that we've got a building that's 5.3 metres tall in visual reality. When I say that, what I mean is the floor level is set at 1.2 metres above the current ground level. So on top of that, then they've built a building which is 4.1 metres tall. So visually, the visual impact of that building is 5.3 metres, which is essentially a 2-storey building. Now, the building isn't 2 stories, it's 1 story. So my question is, why did we end up with a 5.3 story metre high building? Why did we end up with the size of the building that we ended up with? Why is it full of retail? So I've got question marks against all of those things. And the reason I don't know the answer to all of those is because of the lack of consultation. Council decided that they would develop the gateway based on a couple of generic lines in the management plan that said, wouldn't it be nice to have a gateway? And yes, John Barrett touched on it. It's been discussed for many, many years. And I've seen the drawings for different reiterations of that, and for whatever reason, it never eventuated. But a number of people over the last 2 years have said to me, what's the issue? What's the issue with the gateway? So I say to them, it's about process. And it's always been about process. Zena was never approached by anyone to discuss her thoughts on the early reiterations of the drawings. She was given a set of drawings to look at once they were done. So the analogy, I'd like to give you an analogy. If you consider a family sitting around the dining room table, that family is representative of our community. Dad says to the family, which let's call for this case KCDC, saying, oh, let's plan to buy a new car, e.g. let's build a gateway. So everyone goes, oh yeah, that's a good idea, let's do that. That's ultimately what we've got with the management plan. It's a good idea, but there's no detail. It's lacking in all detail. So what happens a few years later? Dad's thinking, shit, we've all said we're going to buy a new car. He's driving around the car lot and some guy runs out and says, look, under the PGF fund, I can give you a half-price car. Dad goes, gee, that's a good idea. So he drives the car home and all the kids and mum and dad go, mum and the kids say, well, what's a two-door Ferrari going to do for this family, given that it's very expensive, it's expensive to run, and it's not fit for purpose? That's essentially the analogy of the gateway. It's expensive to build, it's going to be expensive to run, and it's not fit for purpose. But it's not about cars, it's about principle. The principle is that the council were meant to, as in the family, discuss with the community what should be developed. It's not the council's job to have a basic idea and run off and build a whole set of drawings around a notion that that's what the community wants. Now, John Barrett touched on that iwi had a good working relationship with the council. I think that's true. I think that is true. But he also said there's a good work, there's buy-in from the iwi, there's a buy-in from the council, and he said, and a buy-in from the community. They don't have buy-in from the community. What they've done is they've alienated the community. The process has diminished the mana of the gateway and the fact that so many people in this community, representative of the 13% turnout so far for the elections, is that they're disenfranchised, pissed off, for want of a bit of a word, upset, not listened to, any one of those things. Now, the management plan says that there should be buy-in from the community, but there hasn't been buy-in from the community. The consultation was so lacking that Hokianga Mana Whenua were never consulted. Now, I didn't know what Hokianga meant, so I had to Google it. But ultimately, my friend Carl Weber and Chris Weber have said, it's the true home. So it's the true home of the whenua. So whilst iwi represents a large proportion of the iwi, the people who are living on the land, the Hokianga, they live, work, breathe, and sleep in the vicinity. So they were excluded from the consultation. So council have gone to the affiliation they have with Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Awa, which is great. I think that's fantastic. The point of it is that Chris Weber, who is part of the mana whenua down at the beach, was excluded from that consultation and was only allowed to have speaking time when the council were voting on how much money to spend on the gateway. I think there's a fundamental error and oversight from council to exclude the very people that they say they're representing. Now, the Weber family, for those who don't know, they are part of the trust that own a portion. There's a number of families at the northern end of Kapiti Island that own collectively as a trust the northern part of the island. So the Webber family that I'm referring to are part of that discussion in regards to the trust. But they also own an island just to the east of Kapiti Island, which I won't pronounce because Carl Webber, if I bastardize it, he won't be very happy. But there's a small island this side of Kapiti, and people will know of Aeroplane Island. It's in between Aeroplane Island and Kapiti Island. Now, they are very much part of the whenua. They're very much part of the story of this era, and they weren't consulted. So what I'm alluding to is the fact that whilst Zena has not been consulted, it's a bigger picture than that. It's the whole community haven't been consulted. And that became evident in the council themselves acknowledged that they had basically ignored the community and engaged a report called the Jenkins Report. The Jenkins Report came back and said, yes, processes were poor, need room for improvement, but the outcome was, we'll just carry on anyway. So what does that say? What does that say to the community? It says, doesn't matter about the process, it matters about the result. If the process isn't robust, what is the point of doing something? We have had 3,000 petitions signed by people who were disenfranchised by this whole gateway process and issued to given to council. It was discarded as misinformation. Detractors was one of the words they used. We then got 80 submissions from the immediate owners around that overlooked the gateway area, site. That too was discarded by council. Again, that was detractors, misinformation, nothing to see here, basically jog on. So I think when the commissioners wrote in their submissions for us to speak to leave the financial side and the political spectrum out of it, whilst I'm keeping away from politics. The point of it is that the process was so flawed that the basis or the foundation of this gateway has undermined this community. So whilst the council will paint a great picture and how everyone's coming along for the ride, they're definitely not. So let's be a bit more specific about how this affects Zena and also some of the issues that have been gleaned out of the other submitters. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the parking. So Zena currently has the car park across the road from her home, and it has been there for how many years?
I did have a car park outside.
It's always been there, yeah. So Zena the park's been there for a number of years, but she also had cars parked outside her home. They realigned the road and they put bollards and some islands in, so that's become quite difficult to manoeuvre. So the parking across the road, whilst it's going to be diminished, there's going to be a different sort of concentration. And the fact that there's obviously possibly deliveries to a building where the biosecurity is used as a holding area for goods. There's the noise and a few other things. But the biggest picture that I can paint about the parking is that there is no land use consent, and there's no resource consent for the operators of those tour businesses to use the car park. So what I'm alluded to is that the concessions to the island is a dock issued concession where that allows the tour operators to land on Kapiti Island, purely to land on Kapiti Island and use the amenity of the island. But there's no formal agreement in place with the tour operators operating out of McLean Park. There's no land use consent for them to have the ability. There's no formalized agreement. There's no resource consent for them to say, look, we've got this number of parks. So the information that the traffic report refers to is that, they assume that the concessions have the consents in place to justify their reason for being there. So in 2010, the concessions went from 50 to 160, which is a huge increase in traffic. So I sent an OIA to the council asking for a copy of that resource consent to see what the numbers had been allowed for in the initial parking to what perhaps would be required for 160 concessions. The reply was that there is no formal resource consent approved for the tourism activity in McLean Park. The second question I asked on the OIA is, can you provide me with all the correspondence between DOC and KCDC regarding the visitor numbers and the additional parking? Their reply was, the initial records show that there's a vast amount of information here. We can't give it to you. It's going to be 386 hours of work, and we'd like to charge you for the privilege of giving you that information through an OIA. So if council have got huge amounts of information from DOC discussing the increased concessions to the island, why is there no paperwork to say there's a land use consent / resource consent for that use of the park? Now, some would argue that the people are loaded onto a boat at the beach, but that doesn't address the fact where have they parked, where have they been parking, and where will they continue to park? I think that's a big issue. My next concern, and it was something that I was quite disturbed by, in the fact that Becca relied on one traffic report, one spot count, and Google Images to write their report. So a project as significant as this, with the potential of huge traffic movements and parking, we have a traffic report that was done in the winter months. We have a spot count that really isn't scientific, it's just someone counting cars. So where's the rest of the information? And I would implore the commissioners that further work needs to be done on the traffic. You can't rely on one traffic report of one day, on 1 hour, to make an opinion, an educated opinion on what the traffic requirements are for parking. The Google Images, there's no indication of what time or what day it was, but there was reference to an event. Was it the beginning of the event? Was it the middle of the event? Was it the end of the event when everyone was leaving? What was the event? It just seems a disconnect with the level of expertise that's needed for an application of this nature. They have provided survey information in regards to how people got to and from the beach to go on the boat, but they haven't investigated alternative modes of transport, such as public transport, special buses. Someone's mentioned bicycles. They haven't done any hard number crunching / surveys / anything about how they're going to improve the sustainability of our ability to move around. So this comes back to that sustainability idea under the Resource Management Act. Where is the sustainability about people coming to Kapiti with all this vibrancy and growth that the economic development team seem to think that's going to happen? Where is their responsibility, the people of Kapiti, to manage the traffic flows that is ultimately tourists? Because that's, following the survey, pretty much everyone's from out of town. So our quality of life and our sustainability of our own district hasn't really been managed to accommodate an influx of tourists. I think that's wrong. I think the management plan touches on the fact that they have acknowledged that, and this is 2017, that parking is important, that the community sees the need for definitely no less parking. I think they've made that quite clear. And most people will probably suggest that more parking is needed. How you balance that out, that's not my job to do that. It's just my job to point out the fact that the management plan has said that that's the sentiments of the community. Now, perhaps the area of land at Fish and Chip Hill we talked about earlier, perhaps that designated of that area was some ways to going towards satisfying that need for more parking. I don't know. I understand that the commissioners are limited by the fact that future development in the Parapara Umu Beach area is not part of the submission, but I think it is worth noting that there is a six-story hotel, if not four-story hotel, planned for a site that the council used to own. And I think that is only going to be exacerbated by the new urban plan that has already been implemented by central government. And as a practicing designer, I've already got projects on the drawing board where before I could have 2 houses, now I'm potentially getting 5 and no requirement for parking. Now that's not just in the business district, that's all the surrounding houses. So another question, and it's more of a philosophical, where does everyone park? How do you encourage people out of their cars to take public transport? How do you encourage other forms of transport? Nothing within this report has demonstrated a way of suggesting how that would be managed. And when I'm not saying they have to resolve that issue for all this development, but the Gateway, they haven't demonstrated that at all, I don't think. Two more things on parking I would like to mention, and that's purely from my architectural hat, is the camper vans that you see more and more are becoming bigger and bigger, longer and longer. I think I saw one the other day, it was close to 9 meters long. I think the provision at the park for camper vans, whilst personally I don't think it's a prudent place to put camper vans, there is definitely not enough manoeuvring space for the higher percentile of those types of vehicles. Now, we can talk about the percentiles for car turning as a different story for manoeuvring what sometimes is actually a converted school bus into a mobile home. The need to turn around those things in a safe manner needs to be addressed. I think the fact that there is no designated parking down there creates even more of an issue in the fact that if someone parks in the middle of the car park and then they decide to get out and everyone's parked around them, how do they physically get out in a safe and considered way? That hasn't been addressed yet. So the point is the camper vans are getting bigger. The designating of the car parks has to be resolved. The numbers have to be resolved. And dare I say it, the overriding issue of compliance and who enforces that, and that the community actually feel confident that that will be followed through on, not just a condition of a consent to then be lost into the ether. The other thing I would like to talk, and the final thing on parking, is Fish and Chip Hill. For the obvious reasons, it's Fish and Chip Hill. That was where the parking was designated on the management plan. I believe, from with my architectural hat on, is the earthworks are onerous because it's probably up to a 2-meter cut. And also, currently there's a river stone wall that was built there decades ago. They would need to either batter the bank, which I don't think is possible given the height of it, or build a retaining wall. So I just think it became a too hard basket for council. And I think what Mick and Murray alluded to is that I think the council are rushing to try and keep everyone happy and make it look like you've got a complying scheme by changing things around to tick some boxes, basically. Because if the management plan designated the land at Fish and Chip Hill as the spot where the parking would be, why has there been a huge shift from that? It's been in there since 2017. Maybe it's the council's prerogative to move the parking around, but it was in a commercial town centre district to be moved into a residential zone, which is not a like for like as they're painting the picture at currently. So the parking, I think the reporting on it was poorly done. I think it's misleading, and I think it needs chucking in the bin, quite frankly. I'll leave that with you. You can ask some questions on that. So the next thing I want to talk about is retail. Now, this is probably more, I think this is more an issue that will affect Zena horrendously. Because your home is directly across the road from Te Uruhi, the council have said that there will be some retail. So you go, okay, what sort of retail are we having? So within the reports or the documents, so far we have a meeting place, or as we refer to in the architectural fraternity, a place of assembly. In other words, 160 people show up on a good day to be processed through the biosecurity facility. We've 160 people show up, then council throw a coffee and food kiosk into that 112 square metres. Then we've got a ticket office. They've also mentioned a gift shop, an art gallery, and souvenirs. And then ED team says, oh, we're going to have some light boards in there advertising other destinations. Let's not forget the most important bit, which seems to council, is the whole premise of how they're painting the picture. It's about iwi being able to tell their and our collective stories. Now, where is that meant to fit into the scheme of all this other stuff? Keep in mind, 112 square metres is a small 3-bedroom house. So under Tom Anderson's 42A report, he says condition 14 is that it has retail, food and beverage. So the resource consent basically says the 112 square metres could actually be used, the whole 112 square metres could be used for retail and food and beverage. It hasn't been quantified actually how much of the building will be used for that activity. So here's an example. Under the current resource consent, if some of these things don't work out, they don't sell too many souvenirs, they don't sell too much art, they don't sell too many t-shirts, the whole thing could become a cafe. Is that acceptable to the community? Is that acceptable under how they've painted the picture that they're going to fit all of these things into 112 square metres of space? Now keep in mind the other pod, the biosecurity pod, which is 102 square metres, is solely for biosecurity. No one else can use that for any other purpose. It's going to be used for 1, perhaps 2 hours maximum a day to process people through a facility for biosecurity. You can't have other people using it for cross-contamination. So relying on all the activity that the vibrancy and the growth and everything else is all based on 112 square metres. So what are they actually building? Are they building a storytelling facility for iwi? Or they're building a gift shop? I don't know. They've sort of left their options open. So how that affects Zena is that she's going to perhaps one day be surprised to know that there's a cafe there with beanbags out on the grass and people having lots of fun, but with no real time set around perhaps when that noise should be quietened, or when the lights should be turned on, or when car doors should stop slamming, and when traffic movements stop. Because they're saying under their submission is that they could be there till 7 p.m. at night. Now, Zena said to me, oh, I'm okay there if someone's getting an ice cream and it's later at the night. I don't want to spoil their fun, and I'm with her. But you have to set some parameters around what, why, how, and that's done. Otherwise, it's just carte blanche for council to do what they like. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair on Zena, and I definitely don't think it's fair on the community to think that they're paying for a world-class facility that's going to tell our collective stories and then fill it up with tourist tat. I think it's disingenuous. And my other point about that, coming back to the whole premise of that first sentence, is what is so sustainable about that? If we just fill it up with tourist stuff to make a few bucks, how sustainable is that? What is it about? Is it importing stuff from China and selling t-shirts and some tea towels? Or is actually being honest about the idea that we're telling the stories of the mana whenua in this country and actually honouring it and being respectful of it? Not let's clip some stuff on the side and expect everyone to go along for the ride. So the whole idea of this retail is that there's more than one person potentially arriving at this facility to use any one of those facilities. So you come to buy a ticket, you arrive with your backpack to go to Kapiti Island, you come to get a coffee, maybe it's good coffee, maybe it's Dark Horse coffee, everyone goes in the morning to get coffee. So they're parking in this parking area across the road from Zena's home Then someone, heaven forbid, wants to buy a t-shirt, they show up. So what is it, and how can you quantify that the parking allocation somehow doesn't need to be increased when you have all this activity in one small building? It doesn't add up. If I was, applying to the council for something, they would want to know more specific details. Why haven't those specific details been asked? So the biggest issues for Zena is that what is the timing of the facility to be used by the public? Does she have to endure Friday night, someone's rented it for a function, drunk people, broken bottles, someone having a pee in the garden, slamming doors, traffic movements, headlights from cars and shining in her windows, when at the moment she enjoys the natural open space and the darkness of the reserve across the road that she's enjoyed for 45 years. Does she have to endure the lighting being turned on because there's an event within the building? I don't know where they're going to fit an event, to be fair, with all this stuff in there. The function, there's mention in the resource consent that any private functions would require its own separate resource consent. Perhaps that's the way around it. Has council been genuine enough to say, actually, we're going to have a whole lot of function there because we need to really crank this thing up to make money? You know, is it going to be for product launches? Is it going to be for kapahaka? Is it going to be for someone's birthday or wedding that someone mentioned yesterday? What are the parameters around how many functions can be in that facility? Does Zena have to live with 3 nights a week that she's booked out and the place is rocking? Does it have that liquor license? Is that a crack in the door that council get this through the resource consent stage, and then in 6 months' time they conveniently apply for a liquor license? You know, Pandora's box is open if you leave this resource consent as it currently sits with all this stuff that they've put in there. I think you really need to ask some hard questions about how this is controlled. Because the other point I picked up on is Emma McLean has made reference in one of her submissions is that, I'd like to read this piece to you because I couldn't understand it. So she says, the intent of the proposed retail activity, which is one for the non-complying status overall of the proposal, is to have coffee and cabinet food style kiosks within the gateway, within the Discovery Centre. The ability to sell tickets for the kiosks is also for potential, and it's also for potential sell art, gifts associated with the ecotourism. There is no intention to have general retail activity, which I understand is not lawful within a recreation reserve in any event. So she's saying general retail activity is not acceptable, but just normal retail is. I don't understand where the differentiation between general retail and just retail. So I think this potentially has a huge impact on Zena's quality of life if this goes unchecked. I think you need some hard questions around that. So the next thing I wanted to talk about, which also refers back to this idea of sustainability and our really a hard look at actually, you know, we want to be sustainable. There's an urgency to do something about the climate, and we've got this thing that the council have called a climate emergency. So it must be pretty urgent if we've got an emergency. So in the face of this climate emergency, we're putting a gateway, granted, at 1.2 metres above the 100-year flood, but we're surrounding it with a ponding area. So within the report, it says some days in bad weather, obviously the gateway won't be used because of poor weather. But why is that something we have to settle for? Is that we've got a building that you can't use because it's ponding in the surrounding area? Now, talking to Zena, having lived there for 45 years, she's noticed that the road is flooding more and more. And she actually painted a picture to me the other day, was that she couldn't walk out her driveway and onto the footpath. She had to step over the small fence that she's got to walk onto dry land because of the extent of the flooding, the ponding in that area. And she also tells me that since the stream was upgraded, it's actually occurring more and more. So something they've done within that development of the stream has altered the flood levels outside Zena's home. Now, the ponding areas in the district plan, I've got a copy of it here, but ultimately it encompasses the entire gateway facility. So we've got a gateway. It reminds me of there's a castle in France, apparently you can only get to it on low tide. Is that what the gateway is going to be? The gateway we can get to in low tide? Because with the storm surges that we've experienced recently and what we've seen overseas, there's no science, there's no discussion around storm surges. Now, having lived in Kapiti for over 20 years, the stream is constantly being jammed up with logs because of the storm surge. So if the science is to be believed, the storm surges, the rising sea level heights, and the ponding that already exists is only going to get worse. But yet we're building a gateway right in the middle of it. I don't think the sustainability of that is that the council should have actually asked that question themselves. Or perhaps if they had consulted with the community, maybe that would have been the outcome. Don't do it. So how do you access the gateway if the road's flooded? Because the car parking is also flooded. Zena's telling me now, in the recent storm, is that one side of the road was so flooded that the cars were driving on the other side of the road to continue their journey further up the road. Probably at about the time Zena was actually to step over her own fence to go to the shops further up the road without getting wet. So the science with what the council had worked on earlier, which was managed retreat, is still a body of work that they're still working with through Jim Bolger, and I can't remember the name of the organisation, but so Jim Bolger's still working on that with supposedly people from the community to address that whole coastal environment. So if we have a ponding area or a storm event that ponds the entire road and encompasses the whole of the gateway, do we just shut the doors for the day? Is that something that the community wants, or thinks that paying $8 million for something that you can't use in certain days of the year? Maybe the weather is actually that terrible you wouldn't want to go down there anyway. But the ponding issue raises another issue. So the council have already proceeded to design soak pits, or we call them swales or wet gardens. And so in other words, what that means is that the roof that comes, the water that's caught off the roof is not dumped into the stream. A more sustainable way of dealing with it is building these soak pits / swales. Now, if the entire area is ponded and flooded, the wet gardens they're proposing are actually in the car park at the same level as the ponding level. Now, if the water table from the stream and from the ocean is lapping at the underside of the building, how are they managing that water off the roof? They're basically just dumping it on the ground with all the other water. It's not soaking away because the ecology of it is that the water's so high that there's nowhere for it to drain. So they're not actually managing the stormwater catchment off the roof and putting into soak pits, because when that needs to work its best is at the time when it's actually chucking it down. And so there's no fail-safe solution for that apart from just more water on the ground, which means more ponding, which may add to the surge. The one that really cracks me up and I find quite illogical is that it's relocatable. So you've got 2 pods. They can't be picked up and moved on a truck like someone may suggest because they're too big. You can't pick them up. You've got to cut them in half or cut them into thirds. So we build a building that needs to be relocated at some point in its life because of the way science is telling us that we're going to have to manage it in the event that the climate emergency comes upon us quickly. So a community is expected to pay for a gateway building that at some point in its, probably in some of our lifetimes, may have to be cut into 3 and then relocated. And also you've got 300 odd square metres of decking that also needs to be lifted and removed. Council haven't given any consideration what the cost of that is to the community. What is the life expectancy of that building? One of the councillors, I'm going to read you this passage. The Deputy Mayor said, by the time the building needs to be relocated, it will have provided significant cultural and economic benefits. Is that 7 years? Is that 11 years? Or as Emma's report says, 30 to 50. Now, under the Building Act, a building has to be designed to be a minimum of 50 years. The durability of it's 50 years. So straight away, we've got a councillor diminishing the lifespan of a building based on the fact that we're in a very, very volatile natural hazard zone with ponding. I just find the whole premise of council saying that they're walking the walk and showing us the way, and yet they submit something based on the building's going to be cut into pieces and relocated. It's just this beggars belief. Is 30 years enough? Is 50? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So Tom Anderson says that he believes that no one's submitters no one has mentioned or created significant adverse effects as part of their argument. I think we all have. I think we've all made a significant significant adverse effects. Emma has mentioned in her report, quote, or maybe it's Tom Anderson, someone might have to correct me. It says, I've put an exclamation mark. It says, however, this does not mean the site is safe from coastal hazards. And on he goes to say that we can manage that. So they're acknowledging that the site may not be safe, but it's okay to proceed. So in the 35 years that I've been designing houses and commercial premises, I was confronted by the Resource Management Act in 1990 when it was in its inception. And from that time, the level of compliance has become more and more and more onerous. To this, if I'm completely honest, that'll probably be what will drive a lot of people out of the construction industry, is the level of compliance. I've had 3 resource consents for very small jobs recently, and I've been absolutely slammed by council in regards to what they require for them to even submit the plans. So what I'm referring to is that I'll lodge a set of plans with what I think is acceptable for that level of work, and they will come back and say, we won't accept your application. However, we would like you to talk to your neighbours and get them to sign the plans and make a submission. And I would say, I don't think they're affected. I'll let it sit. No, we will require that before we will process your application. I've been asked for daylight studies using a computer for retaining wall. But one thing that is true about every single consent is that they demand topographical surveys and cut and fill diagrams numerous places through the site to demonstrate the level of compliance or non-compliance. So what I mean by that is I can't just say on a consent, oh, the cut is less than a metre, all good to go. I have to engage a topographical survey from a surveyor. That information doesn't tell me the cut and fill. Then I have to calculate the cut and fill on my drawing board because I'm old school. And then I have to create details to demonstrate not only the level of cut, but the amount of dirt I'm putting back in. For a council who are basically marking their own homework, which is what it seems like to me, is that they're saying, oh, don't bother about that for us. We're all good to go. We'll use an aerial photograph with some generic architectural sort of rendered drawings to explain the car parking earthworks. So within the report, they say there's about 797 square meters of earth to be dug out. Or if you look, and I think that's collectively, maybe that's over the 2 car parks. Now, 797 cubic meters, sorry, there's 120 truckloads of soil, or sand in this case. Now, council would ask of me, if this was my project, how do the trucks turn around on site? Where does the sand go? And that all forms part of the resource consent. So council haven't demonstrated that the cut is actually 1 metre. I've been down to site numerous times, and as the others explained, there's no way that's 1 metre. So when they cut down to create the drive, they've also got to cut down below the level of the finished driveway or the vehicle manoeuvring space, because they have to put subgrade in, they have to put base course in, they have to put drainage in, they have to compact it, they may have to put filter cloth, or they may have to put mesh down. So it's not the grass height to the top of the asphalt. There's a larger excavation required, especially in that location, given that it's wind-blown sand, to stabilise the ground underneath the vehicle manoeuvring spaces to make sure we've got a good foundation. So they're using, whether they stick to their 550 cubic meters they've mentioned in some of the documents, I've got 797. Based on what? They haven't done a cut and fill analysis. How can they make that assumption? And the reason I think they've done that is they're trying to diminish the extent of what they need to get consented. Because, dare I say it, if you stay under 1 metre, things don't look so bad in regards to the consent process. Do they have to have, if the cut's 1.7 metres, that's a different conversation. So I think the earthworks are actually a real problem in regards to the information that they've provided. Okay, so the last 2 that I'm going to mention is actually probably closer to the effects that on Xena. So it's around the site coverage. So the site coverage is in McLean Park, you're only meant to build on 2% of the land. In the early days of the first submission, they got their calculations all wrong. They've since redacted that. And it was only through myself measuring the buildings that are existing on the site. So I'm talking about the whole of McLean Park, the entire footprint of the boating club, the barbecue areas, the toilets, all add to and up to that 2%. Now, when you add the gateway building into it, we exceed the 2%. We're nearly, I think from memory, it's 2.43 is now the site coverage. So if, let's say, the 0.43 is over the permitted site coverage for a reserve, is that 0.43 the bit that's got the retail in it? Or is it the bit that's got the biosecurity in it? It doesn't really matter which way you look at it. It's still over their own rules around what should be built in that park. Now, the cynic in me thinks their recent plan change for the McLean Park, which is natural open space, they're just trying to change it to open space. So what that means to Xena and everybody else is that, as I understand it, natural space means something that's a little bit more significant in regards to the nature that is on that land. But open space, they're trying to change it to, they're referring to destination parks, which was McLean Park has been called. It also means playing fields and recreational areas. So their plan change, which is currently at some stage, it's not passed, but it's at some stage. So they're trying to say that McLean Park is further diminished from what Murray was saying earlier about the importance of the park and the importance of the natural environment, is that let's diminish it even further and say that it's actually basically playing fields and it's a destination park. And I would say they're doing that because they've also raised the threshold of site coverage from 2% to 5%. They've also increased the height from 6 metres to 8 metres. So if this consent perhaps was declined, do they come back with an 8 metre building with 5% site coverage? and how they've treated the community over the last 2 years, I think they're capable of it. I think the plan change is obviously something that you guys aren't going to be able to read into your decision. But I think the community needs to be mindful of the fact they're actually changing the designation of all these parks for their own reasons. I don't know whether they've got consultation on it. I think another reason is there's another piece of land called Otarara Park, where they're currently developing some sort of stadium idea, which will absolutely be pushed before bigger than 2%, and it will absolutely be bigger than 6 meters. So are they mixing the two together? I don't know. One of the bigger ones for Zena, and which I raised with council, and I think they've tried to mitigate, but I think they've done it poorly, is lighting. So again, Zena's living in a location that she's enjoyed for 45 years. Is it fair and reasonable for her to think that, okay, they're going to build a building that's nearly 6 meters tall, but they're also going to cover it in lighting? Now, I know you've mentioned that, you know, some mitigations need to occur, but I think this has got a huge, this will be a huge impact on Zena if it was done poorly, if it's done at all. I don't think it should be done at all. So I raised that in my submission, and I think the council, same again, sticking plaster on a gaping wound to try and mitigate our concerns. But they haven't demonstrated any clarity about what or will not affect Zena. Given that the signage on the building could be lit, the PO, the carvings, the decking, the access ways, the building itself, inside and out, could all be lit. And I think that needs, I remember reading in one, I think it's Emma's submission, that perhaps discussions could be had with Zena around the lighting. Maybe Tom's analysis overrides that. But I think if Zena, if they want that level of lighting, I think they absolutely need to consult with her. But I also think that she should be able to engage her own lighting expert. And I think council should pick up the tab for that. I don't think she should have to put her hand in her pocket to somehow, and don't get me wrong, I've been doing this 35 years. I wouldn't know how to read a lux level or understand what a fitting does without actually having someone tell me how that works. Because the issue is, and I think Liana touched on it, is that a lot of these conditions for this application is that if you approve the consent subject to X, Y, and Z condition, who's going to police that? No one trusts the council to do it because there seems to be marking their own homework at the moment. So does Zena get told, oh, this light won't be too bad, Zena, we're all good to go. And then when it goes in, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. And the other thing is, if they start designing the building and lighting's cast into concrete paths and cut out for sophites, or it's integral in the structure of the building, then does she get told, oh no, you can't change it because we've actually designed it for that particular fitting? So what I'm saying is, I think that you need an approval from a lighting, and I think Zena needs someone to look at it independently before the resource consent is approved. Saying that she can get someone to talk to her after the resource consent, the horse is already bolted. I think she has little chance of actually getting any redress, because who does she complain to? So the lighting is really, really important in so many ways. The functions that I talked about earlier. You know, if someone's going to have a bit of a fancy do, they want all the lights on. What are the opening hours? Do they get concessions to actually have the lights on longer? Because at the moment, Zena enjoys uninterrupted view across the car park into a reserve that's pitch black. You might say, oh, well, you know, a bit of lighting would be good. That's what she's enjoyed for 45 years, and that's probably what attracted to that location in the first place. So then say, okay, we're going to put a building in there that is also lit up like a Christmas tree without any real checks and measures about how that is involved. And then along with that lighting with functions is the signage lighting, and potentially with lighting also the noise that's involved with those functions being open longer and the cars coming and going and shining in their windows. So the final thing I wanted to mention was the bulk and location of the building. Why is it 5.3 metres tall? No one in the community got to have some input on that. Council decided. It's 1.2 above the floodplain. But okay, I can understand they're trying to mitigate that side of it. But why has it got a 4.1 metres high roof? What that does is it just further disadvantages Zena because she's looking at a 5.3 tall structure, which is essentially a 2-story building. The fact that it doesn't have a second story is irrelevant. The fact is that it's 5.3 metres tall and Zena's worried about her son. Now, I know that sunlight is not one thing that you can actually put, I believe, unless correct me if I'm wrong, but if you've got a portion of the building that is actually over the boundary, at the very least, they should have provided some sunlight studies to say what that sun is doing, because Zena will lose her son. Because you're talking about a building that is incredibly long and is 5.3 metres tall. So I suppose what I'm saying is if there had been consultation with the community, maybe there were some compromises that could have been made. Perhaps drop the roof a metre. Perhaps make the building shorter. Perhaps make it comply and get it inside the boundaries where it's meant to be, which is in the park. There's all these things that actually is more questions than answers. And the people on this side of the table have been dumped in this position to supposedly do due process. But we feel like we're actually here as the rest of the community. We're the mouthpiece for the rest of the community because there's only been 13 people that have been considered to be affected. So that takes me full circle. The whole process of this gateway was due to lack of consultation is what we've ended up with today. Is it fair that 13 people or 6 people that are speaking today are put in that position when a council who are meant to be looking out for all our interests, the stewardship and the kaitiaki is for all of us to enjoy, not the will of some politicians who actually half of them are leaving, which is a good thing, why is it the will of only a few people behind closed doors get to decide that this gets presented to council, to the hearing, without talking to people like Zena, who's lived in a property for 45 years? I just don't understand it. When the disparity between the rest of the design community have a full-on scrutiny of each and every project they put across someone's desk. So I think that's probably, the one last thing I would say is each of those things, the natural hazards, the retail, the parking, the earthworks, the site coverage, the bulk and location of the building, all of those things collectively build up to a huge impact on Zena. You can't split one out from another. You have to look at them as a whole because she's going to endure all of them. You might say the earthworks, oh, that's done and dusted during the process of the build. But all those other things she has to endure. Does she have to endure more natural flooding and more ponding in her road? Does she have to endure retail / shops / cafes? She is disadvantaged by the fact that you've got 11 non-complying activities and the council has tried to diminish those things at every turn. And yesterday at the beginning of the hearing, I made a point about communicating with Zena via post. None of the stuff was forthcoming to her. The first resource consent that they ultimately binned, yes, Zena was consulted. They took her to a cafe and they explained the previous resource consent. That was the beginning and end of the consultation. The second resource consent, which is before you now, was never presented to Zena until she was considered affected. Luckily that I got a hold of the resource consent before that to start looking through it to find out what the impacts were going to be on her. So the council have at every turn been disingenuous about involving people. And I think if Zena didn't have access to the internet for us to print the drawings off and give them to her and explain through the issues, she wouldn't be sitting here today because she wouldn't know about it. So I'm questioning the whole process. The consultation has been incredibly poor. You've got a Jenkins report that says it was incredibly poor. And for Zena personally, I think it's been very stressful. And I think that the word consultants / experts can be used very thinly in regards to this hearing, because some of the information we've been given is quite thin on the ground. So I think I'll leave it there, but ultimately I think the impact of all of those things is going to impact on Zenith hugely. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, look, we are obviously very behind schedule now. I'm just checking that everyone's happy to stay for the rest of the day today. Is it? Well, I'm looking at the side of the ones that I'm going to need to speak to next. But first of all, we'll take questions for Darren or Zena.
Thank you for your submission on behalf of Zena. You've covered a lot of issues. We have read your evidence, so it was good to have some of those things elaborated on. I've just had a question at the end. I mean, I don't really have any more questions of you, but I'm just interested, and you may be able to answer this or the others actually. How were the 13 affected parties first contacted? Was it by email? How did you first, were you posted a letter?
So, sorry, we're just asking the spinners.
You said they came and saw her.
That was the first consent, I understand. They took you out.
Sorry, do you need an opportunity to confer? Because, yeah, we're...
Also, you made the comment, Mr. Hunter, that the Fish and Chip Hill was designated as parking in the management plan. Is that right? Did I understand that correctly?
I understand. I think they had a dotted line in there just indicating that possible future parking.
And that's the same location where the car park is proposed now?
No,
consent?
Fish and
Different,
Chip,
different location.
Before lunch, we had that aerial photo up, and there was a grassy area, and we referred to it as Fish and Chip Hill, which is adjacent from commercial businesses as opposed to further down the road.
I have had fish and chips there actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Still working? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. It was structured and clear. I have a question around your point on the whole Te Uruhi building site project is all contained within the ponding area. Did I catch that right? So in regards to the ponding area, yeah, I've read a lot over the last. Where is Ms. Knight's section house within that area too? It is, okay. Thank you. Next question around Hokainga. That I'm just going to pick up your points around Carl Weber and Chris Weber. So you talked about them being owners on the island and also another island, Motungangara, maybe. Cool. So I just want to understand a bit more about them in relation to mana whenua who we've talked to.
So council have got an arrangement with, excuse my pronunciation, Whakamininga,
Right, yes.
which is a collection of iwi, I believe representative of Ngāti Toa, Ngāti Awa and Ngāti Raukawa.
Mhm.
I believe the Webbers are affiliated with all three of those iwis,
Right,
and they don't, they do not believe that the representation they have around the council table does not represent them.
right.
So, yeah, and their residents at the beach. So they're six generations born and bred. So they haven't had urban shift where they've moved to other places. They've been in Kapiti since 1820, I believe.
Thank you.
You talked about the plan change for the rezoning. Have you had an opportunity? I'm assuming that was publicly notified. Have you had an opportunity to make a submission on that, or?
Would you believe it? I was looking at it at 4 o'clock this morning from Emma's submission. That's the only first time I've seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, the car park that's opposite your house at the moment is not lit. Is that correct?
Across the road from Zena's property, no. There's no lighting there at the moment. Only the street lights,
On the road, not
On the
into
road, not
not
in
into the car park.
not in the car
itself.
park itself.
You mentioned shading. I'm not sure. I mean, it's quite a separation of the width of the road. You must be familiar with the. Yes, yes. Well, I'm just asking your advisor, who's probably had experience in understanding shading kind of impacts through his profession.
Was I correct in thinking that you can't consider daylight shading as a mitigating factor? Am I right on that? No.
No, it's a non-compliant activity. We can consider anything.
Okay. So Zena's concerned about the fact that the setting sun, which she's enjoyed for 45 years, will be completely blocked by a 5.3 metre building. Obviously, that's going to change depending on the season and the time, the time of year. But in essence, the sun's obviously dropping, and she's always enjoyed that aspect of the property, and so that's concerning her. What I'm saying is that, yes, I understand what you're saying about the building. There's a big setback between her place and the building, but that's very real for her. And I was saying that, if it was my submission that was to council, they would, and it was encroaching over the boundary, at the very least, they'd want a sunlight study just on that portion. I don't know to what end, but that would be something they'd ask for.
But only when it's adjoining immediately.
Sorry.
Only when the neighbour that could be affected by shading was immediately adjoining.
Well,
you wouldn't normally
you
do
would
it
think
when
so,
it's-
but I've been asked for shading studies on retaining walls below ground, so who knows?
So this is the building here, and this is the building up here.
That's right.
So
It's a stretch, yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
But
Yeah, and I suppose where the effect is more prevalent to what Zena sees and experiences is probably the southern end of Te Uruhi as the sun disappears behind Kapiti Island. So the other end of the building.
the winter sun. You meaning?
Winter sun. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, she likes the winter sun.
Don't we all?
So sorry, she's saying that the Phoenix palm blocked the sun before, so she gets a little. So there's a win. The palm coming down is actually giving her a bit more sun.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this building is to the north of where the palm was, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's further away. Interested, you didn't comment on the views. I'm just wondering. I think you did in the written submission. But when you addressed us today, you haven't talked about the impact on.
Yeah,
Were you happy with
probably just that I'm flustered. So I definitely, the sun is an issue for her. The view, obviously, you can see from the photographs that, and whilst I appreciate over time, over 45 years, the trees have grown taller. But I suppose in essence, Zena's always enjoyed a nature open space. Is it unfair to say, okay, well, it'd be nice to maintain some of that? and she definitely won't see, I don't think she'll see the water once the building's built.
So you're relying on the likes of this visual simulation to understand those impacts, and you're
Yeah,
not suggesting that that's anything but that.
Yeah, and I think the photos that the photos from inside her home, which is a little bit more elevated than where those photos were taken, she gets a little bit better view from that representation. I don't know if Rebecca mentioned that she'd been into Zena's house, which Zena wanted me to thank her for actually for taking the time to do that. But if there was a photo that Rebecca had taken from inside, maybe if it's any different from those, that would.
So just thinking about this, reducing the roof height. Is it going to make much difference?
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think so. You remember it 2 stories. You know, someone alludes to the boating club being plonked in there.
Yeah, but sorry, I mean, it has to be above the flood level, presumably.
Yeah, but
So you could only take what would a floor height have to be? 3 meters or
well,
something?
they're saying 1.2 above the ground. So there's probably a stud height at the back because the building's just a lean-to structure. If you take off the thickness of the roof, the inside stud height would be about 3.8 meters. So it's quite a high stud within the building. And I appreciate maybe the architects wanted to do that for spatial elements, but what I'm saying is that the impact on the exterior to the neighbouring property is actually quite extreme. Because that wall of the gateway reads as one flat wall, given the architecture that they've designed. It's basically a lean-to structure, but the part that faces Zena's property with the words Te Uruhi written on it is actually just one flat face.
Sorry, that's not. Well, that's not particularly apparent in this.
I can't see that from you. Is that got Te Uruhi drawn on it?
No.
Yeah. So in addition to that, see the tree that they plugged in the middle of the shot. You can't actually see I think there's a couple of better images that they could probably find.
Okay.
Yeah. They mentioned it yesterday that tree doesn't exist. That's in front of the building, and they mentioned that it could be 3 to 8 years before it actually got to that height. And so that lends itself to the Vulcan location. They plonked a tree in the middle of it to sort of soften the edges of it. But yeah, if the tree wasn't there, you'd actually see.
Okay, let me just check my notes. I think that's all my questions. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Right, thank you. I think we're done with the submitters. So I appreciate everyone's participation. I know it's not easy getting involved in these semi-formal processes. So I really commend you all on the very clear and helpful presentations that we've received from everybody. So thank you. Welcome to stay while we and where you are while we move to the council offices. Now, what time's our break? And by council officers, I'm talking about the reporting officers. In this case, are in fact consultants, I believe. So independent in that regard. So we have, what time would we normally have an afternoon pre-break? Right. Maybe we'll take an afternoon tea break at 3:30. No? Yeah? We might still be talking to you, but yeah. So how do you want to tackle this, Mr. Anderson?
Well, I'm in your hands, really. I can make some brief comments based on what we've heard over the past couple of days, and then over to you for questions, or if you want to get into the questions and we can address any matters that have been raised at the hearing through that, then it's entirely up to you.
And you've got Ms. Williams and your traffic engineer,
Mr. Rodenberg.
Rodenberg, available. Are they going to address us as well, or just for answering questions?
For answering questions, although if we do some introductory comments, I will ask Mr. Rodenberg to speak to one issue, which is.
Okay, let's hear from
So
your
let's
introductory
do
comments.
that.
They sound useful.
Okay, so first of all, just like to thank the submitters for everything that we've heard this morning and in the submissions. It certainly has given food for thought, and it's much appreciated. I have conferred with the expert advisors here, Ms. Williams and Mr. Rodenberg, on issues as they have come up, and we'll address them throughout the afternoon. I've also last night discussed with Ms. McLean changing or enhancing some of the conditions that we've put through to you as part of the joint witness statement. And that again is on the basis of what was heard primarily yesterday. We haven't got a final copy of those suggested changes yet, but as a starting point, I could take you to that joint witness statement, and I could highlight the areas where we are proposing tweaks to those conditions. So if you have that in front of you, I'll bring it up as well.
Yeah, we've got it. Just going to try. This one.
Right, so the first suggested change is to condition 4 concerning retail activity. I've now suggested that we make that a wider condition to address all activities that can occur on the site. So that's the biosecurity, the display space, the cultural aspects, as well as the retail activity, and link in the hours of operation under which those activities can take place. And those hours of operation are proposed to be 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. during the months where daylight saving doesn't apply, and 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. during the hours of daylight saving. Seven till 6:30 p.m.
And sorry, what were the activities you were going to reference? Cultural aspects, biosecurity.
The display space and the retail.
And sorry, and you intending to still describe what type of retail as you've got here, or
That's
not?
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to the conditions concerning prior to the commencement of work. Under condition 11, with suitably qualified persons to be nominated, I'd like to include an arborist on that list around protection of those trees, which are shown in landscape plan 1.03 that are to be retained, so that it is clear that input and a methodology from that suitably qualified and experienced professional is inherent in the condition. Just while we're here, condition 12, which is the requirement for a construction management plan. There was some discussion yesterday around the need for a construction traffic management plan or not. I've conferred with Mr. Rodenberg, and he is of the view that given points A and B within condition 12, and this may address some of the concerns that we've heard from submitters as well regarding on-site manoeuvring of delivery vehicles and etc., that is appropriate for appropriate control for construction traffic management. So not suggesting any changes there, just wishing to highlight that point.
There were the key points that would have required a separate construction management plan. So they're covered.
because of that, we
Yeah.
do not require the construction traffic management plan. Moving on to the lighting plan under condition 25. There was some discussion yesterday around what conditions 25 and 26, what the standards referenced actually mean. It's my understanding that those standards discuss the light levels, but also the coverage of those lights to ensure there are no black spots, if you like. This is a work in progress, these conditions. I'll still be conferring with Ms. McLean on these in terms of the final set of suggested conditions that we wish to put in front of you. There is some reconciliation to be done between the natural open space amenity which is provided at night, which is being clearly articulated today and also highlighted by Ms. Williams, and what the district plan permitted expectations are in the natural open space zone, which requires lighting up to 10 lux on site, allows lighting up to 10 lux on site. And we are looking for a light level lower than that. But equally for areas, pedestrian cycleways and car parking, it requires in the natural open space zone a minimum of 10 lux to light those areas. And I think the term used before by Mr. Hunter was lit up like a Christmas tree. My understanding is that 10 lux is a very bright light in that context. Obviously, the existing car parks aren't lit to that standard and aren't proposed to be lit at all. But we have a non-compliance there that we're trying to balance between the natural open space zone view that's currently seen from some of the houses across the road versus what the district plan sets as permitted standards. So I'm sure Ms. McLean and we will put some paper in front of you with an updated condition at some stage on that.
In the areas that require the minimum, can you just list those off again?
It is the walking and pedestrian cycling access path and the car parking areas. I'll just confirm that with the district plan, which I have in front of me. Just bear with me 2 seconds, please. If you like, I can read the rules out, so that might give you some direct context. Or
Easier
just-
if you're able to get it on the screen, but Ben might be able to help with that. Yeah, I probably don't necessarily. I just don't want them read out to me, so I won't follow it.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
so it might be. Yeah, I mean, I think the key, if you're looking at this, is to not worry too much about the district plan rules and focus on SEPD.
That's right.
And when there's a risk there, and the nature of the use of the proposed areas.
And the amenity appreciated, the nighttime amenity appreciated. by the
Correct,
residents
yeah,
across the road.
yeah. It definitely needs to be balanced, but
Yeah.
that's not
It's generous.
that's not particularly helpful to your challenge here. No.
It's not at all. And finally, so I'll just go back to the conditions. There were some comments made yesterday around the lizard management plan. I think given that the issue has been raised by an expert that a lizard management plan condition is appropriate, however, suggested a change that the lizard survey is undertaken before any works, before construction commences, and that if any lizards are discovered from then on, the process can be undertaken as to whether permits are required, rather than doing it through sort of an accidental discovery protocol, which is what the current condition 32 kind of suggests.
So you'd look to redraft.
So
You'd
look
look
to
to
redraft that. So moving on to some of the issues that have been raised today. One of them in particular was around camper van parking. Mr. Rodenberg, if I can pass over to you to comment on the council's policies.
So I just wanted to highlight that council's policy on this is set out in the Kapiti Coast District Council Freedom Camping Policy 2012. And I think, I suppose, particularly relevant to the discussion is clause 6.1.1, which is that freedom camping is not permitted in any public place except for council approved freedom camping sites. And the policy has a schedule of those sites, which includes some of the signs that we've been talking about today.
So does that mean just overnight parking of camper vans? So they can park there during the day, or?
Yes.
So you don't have any knowledge on the council's compliance approach on that? You're just aware that there's a policy that prevents it in areas that are not where these signs are. So in terms of the area we're looking at, you've looked at the list of, what did you call them? Scheduled sites or approved sites?
Approved freedom camping sites.
And they align with the two signed areas that we've heard from here. And there's no others in the kind of immediate vicinity?
There's up and down the coast, but
Not in this Paraparaumu Beach area. And so your interpretation of that is it's not permitted in
outside of those areas.
outside of those areas, which would include the proposed car park. And it would include the area that some submitters were talking about further towards the town centre.
I'm not fully sure on that area.
Yeah,
But-
sorry. I wasn't entirely sure where it was, but it was outside where the retail part of the village is, I think. Yeah. Oh, about that area.
So I spoke today with Darren Gesser-Gray from Kapiti Coast District Council. And he actually went down and did a patrol this morning, and there were the camper vans parked there that were in a non-permitted car park. And his advice to me was that council have no jurisdiction to actually remove anybody. They can't police it. They can only, they're in an informative role. So they're there just to basically give out information and point the sign out to them, or if there isn't a sign, they can say there's no sign here. So he completely understood that if they're there again tonight, I'll phone tonight and tomorrow and the day after and the day after that.
Sorry, so you're only talking about the policy, you're not aware of the council's compliance actions or who's responsible or who to contact or anything?
And I can fill the panel in on this now or in reply if that's useful. But essentially that is the position. You know, there's a policy in place at the moment with some question marks about enforceability. But the council certainly has bylaw making powers in this space, as you'll be aware, which do have enforcement teeth associated with those powers, but which requires a a normal consultative process to confirm the bylaws. That's a process that's begun in terms of drafting, but hasn't been seen through yet. So at the moment, there's something of an uncertainty and a bit of a lacuna enforceability wise, but there's a separate LGA bylaw making process to, covering the whole district that will fill that.
And presumably that's some other councils around the place have those bylaws in place
Correct.
to enable the enforcement.
Yep.
Right, okay. Oh, look, that's helpful. Thank you.
Moving back to the planning advice that I can give you, that in terms of natural hazards, particularly around that proposed southern car park, I think you inferred yesterday, Madam Chair, about my advice being passive, and that was based on what I hadn't received from the development engineer. That remains the advice I can give you today. I haven't had anything additional from any other parties. My conclusions have been reached on the basis that as the car park is outside of the building line restriction area, which Mr. Guy showed during his presentations, that's the best natural hazard information available within the district plan currently. But I am aware of the Jacobs report, which is currently being presented to council, and I understand will form part of the basis of plan changes going forward in that regard. However, I don't think it can have any legal weight per se in terms of the district plan's current natural hazard line. However, I also understand that the applicant has engaged with an expert and will be discussing that further as part of their right of reply and closing. I'm interested to hear that.
So just on the, I'm not sure, have you reviewed the site location in relation to the Jacobs report? I mean,
I have.
And I'm still trying to understand, a 1999 line is quite old. And I've heard about accretion. So does the picture get better or worse with the updated information, albeit we can't really give any statutory weight on it? It's more just information.
And it's only my interpretation of that report, but it aligns very closely with what Mr. Guy explained this morning, that when I've read the Jacobs report, that the area in which the overall project footprint is been undertaken, that the beach is accreting.
And that includes the
And
southern
that
car park.
includes the southern car park.
Right. Okay. Do you think that's the same issue as storm surge risk and modifying the coastal defence?
I can't really answer it. It's outside of my expertise.
Okay.
So I'm happy to hear expertise on that matter. The only other point I wish to cover off is in regard to earthworks. I've relied on the plans provided by the applicant, which in my view show clearly the earthworks area proposed for the car park in the south. I've confirmed with them through information requests what the overall volumes and the cut heights are, and I understand that the applicant did get that area topographically surveyed, and that's what the cut height is based on.
Sorry, so which plans are you talking about then? The
rate
rate
landscape
ones?
plans. In particular, where we have the cross sections.
Just want to find the cross section. Got that.
Landscape sections L2.01 reference. So my discussions with the applicant were that those cut heights are based on a topographical survey.
These drawings don't actually specify a height, do they?
No, they've got ground levels of 4.0 and 5.0 shown on car park section A. And they are scalable.
What do you think the word indicative means on that drawing?
That it's not showing necessarily all the little hummocks that could be in the dune, but it's a cross section at that point that it's taken, not necessarily a cross section of the entire car park.
Right, okay. And what about the extent of the earthworks? Are you taking that to be?
To the top in the 1 and 3 better slope.
Right, okay, thank you.
Other than that, I'm happy to answer questions, as are Ms. Williams and Mr. Rodenberg.
So you're saying you don't think you need to provide an earthworks plan?
I think it could be helpful, but I'm comfortable with the information.
I'd
that's
still be
been provided
interested
so
to
far.
know exactly how much of the area is being disturbed and therefore how much is going to be replanted.
Certainly.
I'm looking at the GIS contour plans, the council's website, and yeah, I can see that there's a 4 metre, the road is at 4 metres contour and the dune is 5 metres. So yeah,
Yeah,
so there
correct.
is. I'd also be interested in the car park layout, wheel stops, and
Yes, Mr.
some more
Rodenberg.
detail on that.
The applicant has something happening in terms of providing that updated information, but Mr. Rodenberg, if you'd like to comment around the use of wheel stops.
I suppose just highlighting the dimensions in the current plan wouldn't allow the use of wheel stops without widening the car park, which has previously been discussed. The current dimensions are compliant based on allowing cars to utilise the full space up to the curb.
So what would the overhang be into the planting?
So 600 millimetres is the overhang described in ACNZ's 289.
So that doesn't leave much for planting. I don't know whether we can get Ms. Williams to comment on that. All right.
I'd anticipate on the Marine Parade side that given, if that's what you're talking about, between Marine Parade
Yes.
and car park itself, that what you have is a stormwater collection come planting area that really all you'd be looking at would be low grasses and nothing more, given the widths that you've got there.
So it would be a rain garden?
That's
that
how
what you're
it's
saying?
described on
Yeah.
the plan anyway.
Right.
Let me just check the terminology. New riparian garden or potential for stormwater filtration.
And that's for the car park,
That's for the car
riparian
park.
planting. Because there's also a term here, they use permeable curb.
I
Is that effectively like a wheel stop? Could that act as a wheel stop?
Well, my impression, and you might need to clarify it, is a curb that's not continuous, but actually has a gap every,
Yes.
yeah, every 800 mil or so to allow water to flow out, yep, from the car park. So there is not a lot of opportunity for planting. It's essentially a softening of what I suppose is an area where water runoff will filter either out to the street or into a potential stormwater filtration. It has no screening. It's a very minor softening. And at the width it is, someone can actually, it's only virtue, I suppose, if someone can step over it rather than step through it.
Right. Trip into it. Yes. So we're going to see something on the plans, or the plans are not going to change? Okay, I'll leave that for you to follow up. And for completeness, I'd still like to see a cross section through that other car park. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, have you turned your mind to the existing activity and whether that's authorised in the zone, in the plan?
I've had a very brief look at the district plan as the discussion point was happening earlier on this afternoon.
And what have you found?
From that, I understand it as a permitted activity.
Okay. And what sort of a activity description, what's the nature of the rule that you think is permitting that? I mean, clearly there's no
there are two
buildings or
rules,
anything,
yeah.
is there?
Any activity is a permitted activity under the rules of this chapter. Any activities in this, that's rule 1. Rule 2 is any activities which are not specified as permitted, controlled, restricted, discretionary or non-compliant activities in the rules in this chapter are permitted activities. So
Right.
the catch-all defaults to permitted.
Right.
And for completeness, rule 4 of the natural open space zone, activities on Kapiti Island and offshore islands are permitted activities. And it's subject to a standard under
Sorry, you're saying there's a specific rule about,
there's a specific,
oh yeah, activity.
and that general residential is rules zone. Rule 7 concerns rural eco hamlet development, so I assume that's concerning the northern end of the island.
Oh, so that rule, I take it the rule, Kapiti Island has the same zoning, does it?
It does.
So that's not a rule for the mainland-based activities
That's right.
necessarily.
It's about
but I
out
guess
on
it could
Kapiti
be.
Island.
And so there's no activity that triggers the consent for traffic generation or anything.
There is rules for traffic generation when you're over a certain number of vehicle movements. Yes.
Right. And nothing specific to commercial activities or.
I'm just pulling them up in front of
Okay,
me
sorry.
right now.
I mean, obviously the activity's been operating for some time and may or may not have been established under this particular plan.
That's right.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been established under this particular plan because it's
Right.
made operative in 2021.
Right.
What I can't tell you is if there's been any other consents, but on the basis of the evidence of Mr. Hunter and his OIA, I understand there has not been any consents
Yeah.
previously granted.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take it. As read, the applicant team may wish to correct us if we're wrong.
I mean, the nature of the operation probably suggests that there's not a lot of land use activity occurring.
That's right.
Which,
There's no structures.
Yeah, there's no structure, which is often the trigger. But yeah.
And then there's the default catch-all rule to permit it as well.
Yes.
Is
Yeah.
what I've based my conclusions on.
Okay. All right. Well, look. Yeah. I mean, it's an unusual situation. It's
Yes,
it's not a normal thing that the rules are designed to be thinking about.
that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's akin to the use by West Ferry across Wellington Harbour, for instance, or something along those lines.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that was helpful. Yeah, so I was just looking at page 6 of your report, and there was a few things I noted when I was reviewing this where I couldn't see obvious conditions. So the first one was, these are the conditions proffered by the application. So they may be important or that you may not think they're necessary, but I just wanted to just go through them. So
Certainly.
the first was which trees are being protected and agricultural input. Now, you told me that you were looking at some amendment to condition 11, and when you were talking to me about that, I must admit I found that one unclear. So condition 10 is obviously related. So representatives to be nominated, the consent holder to provide the names of representatives appointed in terms of clause B2 of the subdivision development principles requirements. I have no idea what that requires.
So that is a standard Kapiti Coast District Council condition that in terms of any subdivision development principle requirements, so that document which is referenced there, that there, I understand what qualifies as a suitably qualified person is outlined in that document. And then the second part of that, that condition, the suitably qualified persons required for this proposal I've outlined as civil engineering, stormwater design and construction, water and wastewater design and construction, traffic and vehicular management. And I wish to add an arborist to that list of suitably qualified professionals.
I don't understand what the condition does. If you nominate some people, it doesn't oblige the consent holder to do anything.
So an amendment to make sure that it's active is required in your view.
Well, I'm just trying to understand if this is a standard condition. It doesn't do anything other than say these are our experts.
Yeah, I take your point, and there needs to be an active clause within that condition.
Well, I might have missed it. They're just different conditions that I'm used to seeing. So,
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so they would be in a normal situation where the council wasn't the applicant. They would be. This is to.
It's to
do
ensure
something.
to ensure that the advice received by council for certification comes from people who are suitably qualified and experienced in their areas of expertise.
I can see how that might work on a subdivision because there's a 223 and 224 sign off that we haven't obliged anything relating to these.
We do have certification conditions. So it's about the people who prepare the reports for certification.
So what reports need to be?
The construction management plan, the methodology for protecting the trees that are to be retained, the lizard management plan, the lighting plan.
Okay, but none of those expertise relate to those ones. So I'm just not sure that it's quite structured right. Sure. I'm just suggesting maybe just get rid of 10 and 11. I don't want to tell you how to do the job, but they need to be weaved into a specific obligation in relation to this proposal. I'm thinking these possibly work in a subdivision context where there's a separate statutory process to close out the subdivision, but for a land use consent, the condition needs to say what the expert needs to do. And so we still don't have a condition that says retain the trees. That's my point.
Not yet, but that
right. So that's the intention. Yeah. Okay. So all I got from you before was that the arborist was going to be one of the nominated experts, which is good as long as there's a condition that's required to do something. And at the moment, there's a reference to a landscape plan that needs to be submitted and approved. And it doesn't, the wording of that's quite open because it just says existing, it says information to be provided, which is existing and vegetation to be retained. that doesn't say X, Y, and Z shown on this plan
Yes.
is to be retained.
That is one of the tweaks that we have.
Okay,
I've suggested as well to Ms. McLean.
okay. And then you've got this requirement for permeable car parking surfaces. I'm back on page 6.
Ah, yes.
Sorry. You've got that one in the, I think you've got that one in the landscape plan.
Yeah, that would come under the general accordance condition, given it's shown on the plan as permeable paving.
It's also in the landscape plan.
Yeah.
There's something about protection of existing dune land. See that.
I don't think that condition's necessary, given the footprint of the works is limited by those plans that are approved
Okay.
under condition 1.
There's a just condition. Set. Did you have any thoughts on dust? Is
Yeah,
that
I think that needs to be looped in with the construction management plan.
cool? Okay. On I'm not sure about the last two either. Stormwater runoff. Have you covered this stormwater runoff and the better self-supporting? And
Yeah, and the engineering plans required. I also understand that a number of these profit conditions form part of the Greater Wellington consents which have been issued, particularly in regard to the works within the stream. So on page 7 of the evidence, for instance, the consent holder shall provide fish rescue data is not relevant to.
yeah, no, I
application.
understand that. I understand that. Yep. So condition 8, the engineering plan required. I mean, that doesn't say what that needs to achieve. Or other than a subdivision and development principles requirement. I'm just concerned that some of these conditions appear to relate to land development and subdivision, and they're very vague. And there's a lot of interest in this project. I'm not sure that the certainty is there to understand what the expectation is, which creates uncertainty for the applicant as well as other parties. So,
Sure. They will work through with the council compliance monitoring team, but happy to take advice from them again in terms of their enforceability.
Well, I think they need to be informed by the assessment AE work.
That they were proper by me, discussed with them, and
Right.
and
Okay.
came out in that final form.
On page 8, you talk about some plan changes. Do you know if submissions have been received on the plan change to rezone the site?
Bear with me 2 seconds while I pull up the document.
Oh, sorry, it might not be that one.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at page 9. I can't tell you if there were submissions received on that or not. Thank you.
Sorry, just on plan change 1L, sorry, there have been 3 submissions, just looking at the council website. One of them is from Dr. Davey that's specific to this site. Other 2 are not specific to the site, and it's currently open for further submissions.
Right. Okay. Thank you. It's helpful. Yeah, obviously, if there were no submissions, then it would be beyond challenge. So it's important to understand that. But given there is submissions, then it has less weight. So on page 9, you've indicated that cycle parking and change is relevant and or somewhat relevant. So am I correct in reading what you're saying here is that it requires one cycle park to be provided for this activity? Is that right?
One for 125 square meters, and then an additional one for every additional 125 square meters or part thereof. So I think 2 would be required.
Thank you. I think Ms. McLean dealt with the fact that the objectives and policies don't change with the rezoning plan change, just the site coverage and the height.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
The objectives and policies are very similar between the 2 zones.
Very similar or the same?
They're not the same. They
They're
have
not the same. Okay.
different references, but cover the same topic areas in the same manner. So
Right.
they've used the same objectives and policies in 2 different chapters.
But just renumbered them.
Renumbered them.
Right. Okay. You've addressed plan change 1 to the regional policy statement.
Yes.
Some limited extent. You've identified in your appendice, you've listed the policies and not specifically assessed there. I'm on page they're not numbered. You've got an appendice that's entitled Proposed Change 1 to the regional policy statement, and you've listed a whole lot of objectives and policies. The basis of these ones that are included here, showing the changes, is that based on ones that you had originally identified was relevant to this proposal?
And those additional policies which I consider relevant that are directive to resource consent applications. So
Right.
with the RPS, it has objectives and policies that work in 2 ways, some that are specified through methodologies to be incorporated through district plans and others which are to be considered at the resource consent level. So what I've included there are those proposed objectives and policies which I consider relevant because they are directed at resource consent decision making.
Did you look at the climate change transport ones?
Yes, I did.
Can you comment on those?
I can. I've made a couple of notes earlier on about these two. So they primarily relate to emission reduction and climate change adaptation and resilience. And from what I've read, they are primarily, or they are directed at district plan as opposed to resource consent decisions.
Right.
So you'd expect that in the fullness of time, and once those provisions have been heard through, I think submissions on that plan close next week, to then be implemented through district plan provisions.
So there are none in the climate change transport that immediately apply to a resource consent
No.
today?
No.
Right, okay, thank you. And nothing on adaptation or anything that's
directed, and from my reading of the plan change 1.
plan change?
Yeah.
For the district plans to implement?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
okay. And on pages 18 and 19, you talk about permitted baseline.
Yes.
That's a little bit unclear, but I think I just want to know whether there's a permitted baseline or not.
There is no permitted baseline.
Great, thank you. So a couple of places you were talking about expectations of buildings or car parks. So in paragraph 96 and 117. Do you stand by those assessments, or do they need to be?
I stand by them insofar that what I have tried to establish in the earlier page 18, 19 around the permitted baseline. While there is no permitted baseline, there are provisions which allow for structures to be built in the natural open space zone. This proposal exceeds the site coverage. It does not exceed the height or the footprint. However, what I'm trying to establish is that it's not a zone where there is a zero build requirement in the plan. The plan has clearly anticipated that buildings can be constructed in the zone, and what this application is assessing is the effect of the building over and above those permitted standards. So what the effect is of the additional site coverage.
It sounds like you've applied a permitted baseline then.
No, I haven't applied the permitted
Okay.
baseline. I'm just acknowledging the fact that the district plan does allow buildings in the natural open space zone.
Okay, all right. So I'm on page 27 now, and there's commentary here about the geotechnical engineer concluding risks can be managed through specific foundation design. That's the risks for the building,
Yes.
and incorporating the finding of the geotechnical assessment report. Yeah, I think it's the findings of the geotechnical report. Well, the requirement for a specific foundation design. Oh, and the applicant proffering a resource consent condition on this. I'm just,
However, in the time since that geotechnical report was done, the natural hazards aspect that triggered the need for that consent and that assessment to be undertaken was removed from the district plan, and there were no submissions on that, so it has immediate legal effect, and therefore I consider that best place for foundation design to be considered by council is through the building consent, not through
okay.
the district plan. Has essentially, plan change, I think it was 1H, removed the ability for council to consider that as part of the resource consent application.
So the only reason for the geotechnical assessment was on liquefaction, or did it
right.
look at wider issues?
No, look, that was based on liquefaction on the basis of the rule which is in the plan at the time the application was lodged.
Okay, so you're not recommending condition on that.
That's right.
So in terms of the gateway test, do you want to just talk to me about that?
Certainly. So I think the gateway test is passed on the basis that the proposal aligns, it's not contrary to the objectives and policies in the district plan.
Okay. And your conclusion as to effects,
Acceptable.
level of effects?
And the legal effects are, in one instance, they're more than minor.
And that's on?
That's on Miss Knight's property in terms of the visual effect.
And does the district plan give any guidance on those amenity effects? Or which policies? You've got an appendix with policies, which ones?
I if I can take you
Provide
back to
any
that appendix, is
guidance on that?
natural open space. I think it might be. Check one side on that appendices. Policy 4.
Sorry, I
No,
forgot about
we're in
afternoon
the
tea.
same boat.
Sorry,
So
I shouldn't
natural
be
open
the chair.
space zone policy 4, buildings and structures. New buildings and structures will be designed, located and constructed in a manner which does not reduce the overall quality of the district's natural open space zone, while recognizing that some buildings and structures can enhance recreational and open space values. And then it goes on to talk about where new buildings are proposed.
So, is
You know,
SZ
SZ
people.
Policy 4
Okay,
and the appropriateness, including the relationship to the surrounding environment.
look, we might just take a quick break now and then just come back and see if there's any further questions from the panel.
Certainly.
Thank you. So we'll finish at 5 o'clock. Yes, I think so, but we'll have to hear from the applicant to work out next steps, I think. But I was trying to do that after we break. If that's okay.
How long?
How long do we need?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? We'll come back at 20 past, just over 10 minutes. Hopefully we can get through the bathrooms. Thanks.
I have a question, still about that car park planting issue. Is there some way that you can reconfigure it so that you can still allow, if you've got a rain garden and it's sunk down, have opportunities to cross so that you don't get people crossing across, that you do some kind of, I know I have seen them do it to good effect in other areas. So I would ask that they reconsider that detail and possibly get some. Yes, it's to Ms. Williams.
Well, as someone who didn't design this garden, it's probably difficult for me to comment because it depends whether it actually is going to be used as a stormwater garden, in which case you'd need filtration down the length of the garden into a sump somewhere. Whether you used pavers to bridge that, that's a possibility, but I think you'd have to go to the designer, which would be rate to find out if that could be achieved within the parameters of that design. I suppose to clarify, I don't see why it couldn't be done. It's not impossible.
So it's something to ask the designers to look at. Thank you. It would need to include the screening, something tall that can climb on something narrow. They'll know what to do.
I beg your pardon, Commissioner, did you address that to me or to?
Well, the designers via you.
Just a question. For Mr. Rodenberg. On page 4 of your report, you talked about assessment of parking occupancy in the area. You described that as extensive. Is that still your view, having sat through the hearing so far?
I think within the context of the national policy statement for urban development, it goes above and beyond the requirements that are set out in that I've assessed it against.
Right. Okay. And in your view, you've saying down here, the applicant's going well beyond the minimum required under planning rules to consider parking effects. Do you have a view on whether the proposed southern car park, the numbers that are accommodated there, is that necessary to mitigate effects in your view in line of the planning framework for this application?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. So if the application had no, was a loss of parking in the area, without that, have you turned your mind to what your conclusion would be in that case?
I wouldn't change with regard to the parking.
So you'd be comfortable with the parking? Yes, okay. There was a nod there. It's good to get.
Yeah.
Thanks. Um, you've recommended a condition for road safety audits. I think we've got that. Okay. I'm just wondering, I don't believe there's any changes to the roads, are there? Or you just explain the need for that?
So a road safety audit is a waka kotahi kind of prescribed process that looks at the safety of users travelling around the site. In this context, it might involve pedestrians crossing to and from, say, the new car parking areas. There is a new median refuge proposed on Marine Parade near Te Uruhi also. And it would also look at the general layout of the car park and how that interacts with the cycle parking and footpaths.
Sorry, Mr. Anderson, did I see a condition on this?
Not directly on that, but it is incorporated and I've just misplaced where that condition is. Mr. Rodenberg, you might be able to remind me, we discussed it this morning.
I'm not sure of the number, but it's the one where the design plans need approval from the access and transport team. And it refers to the subdivision guidelines 2012, which require a road safety audit as part of it.
So do you think that's condition 8, Mr. Anderson? No. Sorry, he talked about an engineering design plan, which is number 8.
The numbering has changed. It is number 8.
Number 8. I'm just a bit, yeah, this is one of these conditions which is not clear on what it's actually requiring. If it's intended to be broader than this road safety audit was not specifically mentioned.
Yes, as Mr. Rodenberg discussed, the road safety audit is specifically mentioned in the Kapiti Coast Council subdivision development principles.
Right. And you're confident that that the subdivision and development principles has presumably got some things that are not relevant, and that that's not going to cause a confusion for the project down the line.
Again, I raised this issue with the compliance team here, and they referred back to that condition as being the most readily understood for the purposes of understanding the engineering details of
Right.
a resource consent, regardless
Okay.
of land use or subdivision.
Right. Okay.
But I
All
agree.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So one more want to check.
Just on that car parking traffic.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, just on that condition 12. Oh no, sorry, that's different. That's construction. Oh, which one's this? 8, sorry, 8. I'm just not sure what clause B is about. Specification of staff numbers adequate to enable efficient operation of car parking areas, both on-site and off-site.
That's to ensure that if staff are driving to site, that there is enough car parks available. So an indication of where staff are expected to park. It's not necessarily reserving spaces. It may be that given there's untimed parking in the area, that's simply referred to, but again, it comes through as a standard condition for commercial activities that we've incorporated.
Is that so that they don't park in other places and block other people's? I don't understand the purpose of that.
I understand it is for that exact purpose, to try and keep parking as free as possible for the users of the area, not necessarily just to Uruhi or McLean Park, but the area more broadly.
Okay.
We consider whether a travel plan for the operation would be a better way of dealing with that.
Mr. Rodenberg, have you any thoughts on the travel plan?
I think for the actual Te Uruhi building itself, I'm not sure that a travel plan would provide a lot of benefit for the relatively small number of staff. I suppose there's been a lot of discussion on the Kapiti Island tours activity. And in my opinion, that probably would benefit from something like that.
And what do you call them? Sorry, I don't know if I got the name right. Travel.
A workplace travel plan
Workplace travel
or
plan.
something along those.
But it could be the whole operation, couldn't it?
That is the majority of the traffic in this area, that Kapiti Island tours.
Yes, but the patron and the staff. Yeah, so travel plan.
So that could include things like encouraging staff to use public transport or active transport rather than use their cars.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that it might be implying there needs to be these great parking areas for staff, whereas it's probably the opposite of what we want to be encouraging, the condition that's drafted at the moment.
Agree. We can tighten that to make it the intention of limiting, if not having staff parking as opposed to encouraging.
Yeah, I just think it's sort of going the wrong way, really. Okay, I think that's all my questions. Anyone else have questions? All right. So thank you to the 42A reporting team for your contribution on this. It's been very helpful. So at this point, we hand back to the applicant, and hopefully you'll provide us some guidance on how you want to respond to the issues that we've raised and may have come up and through the course of hearing from the submitters and the officers.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, certainly I can. And look, I wanted to say, first of all, that look, it's been an excellent hearing. Thank you very much. Thanks to the submitters again for the information they provided, for the enthusiasm and energy they brought, and for bringing their concerns here. As is always the case with hearings like this, it's been highly instructive, very useful to bring a focus on the technical information and the issues of import here. And certainly been frantically taking notes and things. I suppose one observation I'd make before I get onto the process from here and the next steps is just that I think it has come across, and I wasn't really expecting this, but from everyone speaking, that there seems to be a general acceptance, I think, that facilities like this do provide an amazing opportunity for mana whenua and for the community. And I think, yeah, I think that's a theme that's come through, even, you know, from people who understandably are concerned about this and don't want it to go ahead. You know, there's still overall this general swelling of support, I think, which has been important, but equally, yeah, concerns to talk about. In terms of, you know, replying and closing the applicant's case on those things, Commissioner, it does seem to me that because there's some quite technical information that the panel has sought, and I'll run through a list of that in a second, that process-wise, it seems the most sensible thing to take a little bit of time, not long, and you know, mindful of your comments yesterday, share that we can get on with things, get you the information you need to make your decision as quickly as possible, and bring the hearing to an end, so you know, everyone can get on with things. But yeah, it does seem like there's some technical information you've asked for, and the council as applicants very happy to provide that for you to assist in your decision making. Hopefully, it also gives the submitters some comfort too about some of the technical concerns they've raised. So we can talk about, as I say, I'll go through the list of what I've noted down of the things that you'd like, and can think about the amount of time it'll take to gather that information, but I don't think it'll be long. And so, yeah, in terms of that list, looking at the Te Uruhi buildings themselves, first of all, I think some clarity was sought around the trees to be retained, for example, and, you know, drawings, you know, clearly showing which trees are to be retained. And I think Mr. Anderson's talked about conditions around arborists and things, but there was also a desire to have more information about the methodology by which those trees would be protected. There was a question about the photo montage and the scale, the accuracy there. I think there's probably a useful confirmation check to go through for that. But those were the 2 points I had around the Te Uruhi buildings. For the southern, well, for the car park opposite sort of 55 to 58 Marine Parade, the southern car park we've been talking about, clearly there's the technical information that's been sought around coastal hazards and storm surge, etc. And the further information and specifications around earthworks, planting plans, and so forth, that we've heard loud and clear. And then there's one point about that the southernmost car park, being the cross section that Commissioner Kirkmester's been asking for, which can certainly be prepared. If I might just ask for a slight clarification about that, just about precisely what data you'd like shown on that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward to take a survey, a couple of points, and get a cross section through the existing, you know, curb and car park surface area, if that's what you're after.
I guess the first question is, does this go for it? Does the earthworks plan need to go for a building consent? No, this is it. This is.
He's
For an
asking
earthworks
about
plan.
the car park. That's this one down the end.
The new one.
No, the
Oh, the
existing one.
one.
This one
Sorry.
that's going to get double
Okay.
rained.
Sorry.
You asked for a cross section.
Yes. Although now we've heard from Mr. Rodenberg that you can't put curb stops in there, wheel stops, sorry. I would like a little cross section of how that edge, how the marine parade edge is treated in terms of a riparian or rain garden design that allows people to cross at some points, and possibly a vertical height that will come up, say, whatever the SIPTED, you obviously wouldn't want to screen it off completely, but you do want to screen off some of the lower part of the cars, say up to about half a metre.
And sorry, just again, to make sure I'm not at cross purposes here, when those points were being made before, I had in mind the southern car park, the one, the new extension to be constructed opposite 55 to 58 Marine Parade.
It applies to
and I've
both
certainly
by the looks.
taken a note for that. But also you're interested in understanding what the proposal is around the southernmost car park, if there's any screening proposed, and if so, to show that on drawings.
Yes, and I'm assuming that if you construct in the new extension to the existing car park, that if you're constructing that, you're not just going to, you need an earthwork or a plan that shows the extent of the cut
Understand
area and wherever there's fill,
No,
wherever
we've-
fill's going to be placed.
Sorry, we've covered that. He's going to do an earthworks drawing with the
Right.
specifications around the earthworks for
thought you were
that
wanting
and
to
the
clarify that.
planting and the extent of area that needs to have plants reinstated. Because of that, we're talking about the cross section for this. Now, I'm just wondering if we asked for this cross section when we thought there was an earthworks there, or if we need this cross section. But it's showing a planting area along the road frontage there. Presumably, there's nothing like that at the moment. Or is that existing?
In the southernmost,
The southernmost
car
existing.
park, I understand there's not anything shown there, and I don't think the proposal was for any works in that area.
Because the asphalt area doesn't change and there's no earthworks.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I would still like a cross section for the new area that was
Certainly, yeah.
extended, because in the cross section currently it doesn't show, it sort of obscures how that car comes up to the edge of the road. It's obscure if you have a look at the cross section. I'd also like to know that crest of the cut, I want it to show that the crest of that dune is not disturbed in any way.
Understand.
Or if it is, it has to be reinstated back to its current levels.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
But I've taken from that the southernmost car park, so the existing car park, which is to be double layered. There's no specific information sought about that.
No, provided that detail of the Marine Parade edge planting is typical for the other one as well, if it's shown in the first cross section, and that detail gets copied into the other one. Does that make sense?
You're wondering basically what planting is proposed, what planting is proposed, if any, along that edge?
Well, it's more than
With the
planting,
suggestion
it's
being-
how you actually get the planting to survive in there without people crossing over it, trampling it, and for it to create a screen, a visual screen to the lower part of the cars.
Thank you. Okay. And so in terms of additional technical information, I think that was actually the end of my list. I had a question mark about whether the commissioners were after some more formalised planning evaluation against those provisions of proposed plan change 1 to the RPS. But I'm not sure from the discussion with Mr. Anderson and the material contained in that report, whether the commissioners would be assisted by that, but that can be prepared if that's useful. That may be a reply matter anyway, rather than a additional technical information point.
Yeah, I think I mean, it would be useful because we've got a lot of policies, but they've only been assessed in the round rather than each specifically considered whether or not it's relevant or not. And well, hold on, just let me refresh my. Well, your planner didn't address the plan change to the regional policy statement at all.
I think I think it was notified either short after or very, very shortly before that evidence was filed from memory, but
Yeah, likely, yes. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to
understand,
address
yeah,
it now, because we have to assess any plan or proposed plan. So it'd be helpful
I think
for
so.
us if there was something to reference
understand.
that was fulsome.
That
Yeah.
can be provided for sure, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so there were those things. Obviously, there's work to be done on the proposed conditions as well, which we do. But if the next step in the process is to talk about a date by which that technical information can be provided, and then perhaps a process after that for submitters to consider and comment on it briefly, and the reporting team likewise, for a subsequent step of the applicant's reply, which I'd suggest be in writing, with no need to reconvene a hearing. Then in terms of conditions, obviously we'd put our best foot forward in reply, but my suggestion would be, if there's any update to the conditions that can be provided to everyone at the same time as that technical information as well, maybe that would be useful for everyone to see the whole picture.
I think that sounds useful. Yeah. I mean, so I'm happy if you want to were you thinking of submitting that to the council hearing administrator and then having that distributed with a time frame? Other option is you do the engagement and report that back.
Very open to either, and the submitters might have a view on that. I guess I'd envisage the first one. So maybe in 2 weeks' time, say, providing to the hearing administrator that suite of information.
Yeah. Okay.
That being circulated to submitters, then a further, I don't know, 5 or 10 days.
All right. Well, let's set some dates, eh?
Yeah.
Sorry, just submitters. What we're trying to do is complete the information that the commissioners have asked for through an exchange of correspondence rather than another formal session like this, to just try and make it more efficient for everybody. So what the applicant is proposing is that we will get some information around the matters that he's just run through, which is will be clarity on the trees to be retained at the building site, with the photo montage confirmation around the accuracy. And then in terms of the car park, we've got the coastal hazard assessment, the earthworks drawings, and which will sort out the area that needs to be replanted. And then a cross section dealing with how the landscape strip along the road frontage is going to work for both car parks. So they're proposing that they'd like 2 weeks to do that. Is that right, Mr. Randall?
Yes, that's right, Commissioner. Yeah, there's a few moving parts in there. Some things will certainly be able to be provided earlier than that, but some things are still.
Well, look, I don't want to. I mean, you know,
I think giving it all together makes sense.
We probably would rather give you the time to make sure you've got it in one batch. I think it would be easier for the parties to have it in one batch than drip fed, particularly over the last few days. I know Ms. Bean's been to the letterbox at number 5 a number of times, and you know, it's just easier to have it as one package, I think. So, and bearing in mind how busy your consultants are likely to be, you know, don't feel that. Do you think if we have the rest of this week and then another 2 weeks, would that be more realistic?
I think maybe it would.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks Friday.
I'm feeling for your consultants here.
We'll crack the whip. But yeah, that sounds
Okay,
sensible.
so that would be Friday the 21st.
Thank you.
Then Is Bean, are you or one of your colleagues available to circulate that? Is it?
That's is it the Monday, the holiday? Or is it the Friday?
Yeah. Do we
But
want to,
certainly need to factor that into the timing for the response.
or do we want to try and make that the Thursday of that week?
Can do, yep.
So that,
And then submit us response by the Friday the week after.
yeah, perhaps.
Or 2 weeks,
Yeah,
Friday 2 weeks.
that's fine. Yeah. I just don't want poor Emma, they're waiting to get away on a long weekend, waiting for the email to come through to have to. All right, so should we, is that doable? Or we can say lunchtime on the Friday? I'm in your hands.
Sorry, Commissioner. Actually, if it's not too much trouble, applicant to provide the information on the Tuesday following that long weekend.
Okay,
So that's the
25th.
And then 2 weeks for the submitters to provide any response to that.
So that would be the 8th
The 8th.
of
I'm not
November.
I'm not sure for the reporting team if they'd like to comment at the same time or would like to consider the submitters' responses first.
I think that we can receive the information at the same time, and then if there's any issues which are raised in the submissions, maybe we provide any information to you on our position a week after the submitters.
So the 15th. We're really dragging it out now. I'm just wondering if we want to tighten it up a bit.
Certainly if it gives Mr. Anderson some comfort, we'll certainly keep a close touch about conditions matters and try and work collaboratively more generally to assist your time frames. And the other thing I can say is that at the back end of the process, just 1 extra week for the written reply will suffice.
So, Mr. Anderson, could you get it done by the 11th of November, that same week on the Friday?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So then, and then the reply by the 18th. Yeah. Happy?
Thank you.
And then, so just checking that we're going to be in the mash up to Christmas. So then decision will be due out well, we'd then have to close the hearing. And then presumably decisions due sort of early to mid-December. Just wanting to check that that's going to meet the applicant's needs in terms of running as tight and efficient program as we can on this in the circumstances.
Sorry. Yeah, process-wise, we're comfortable with that one. We could snip out days here and there, but I think that in that rough order of things will work fine from the applicant's perspective. Thank you. There will be as you know, the statutory timeframe for a limited notification for an application that's been limited notified probably will have to be pushed out with the applicant's agreement, which of course will be given. It's 45 days, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway, we can look that up and give you some guidance on that. But,
Right. Okay.
but the point is that that's agreed.
So the time frame is in relation to. It's not in relation to the close of hearing. This is.
It is, isn't it? I think it's,
Well, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think it's 45 days from the close of the submission period to the hearing being closed.
So that's the one that we'll exceed.
Yes.
Yeah. So we exceed that automatically by having to have this further
Correct.
round, don't we?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that it's quite a long time between when we'll be making the decision and when we've heard all this evidence. I'm just wondering if we can get a quicker turnaround in terms, and I don't want to disadvantage submitters, but you know, you've shared a lot of information with us, and it's really just a case of providing any comment on the technical information that's coming through. If we could shorten that up at all, that would help. But do others have a view? Okay. Do other submitters have a view?
We need to be able to, certainly we're not going to obstruct it, but we need to have the time that we need. We'll get more time we need, because we are going to seek, you know, like advice ourselves. But what I mean, for all of us, already get sort of could make it a way up. So we've actually got our combined
Well, the only opportunity is to comment on the further information that's being supplied. Which is going to be, just to remind you, the commentary around the coastal hazard issue, the earthworks plan, and information around the planting reinstatement, and the detail around the landscape strip for the car park along Marine Parade.
If I may speak, I think the issue that you raised and asked for in terms of natural hazards also includes storm surge, and that's quite a technical field that we will be needing to get some advice on as to whether it's been properly addressed in the response.
Do you have any comments around that?
Yeah, I mean, mindful of your comments and very happy to bring time back as far as it's within the applicant's control. So, for example, bring it back to 2 weeks from today rather than to the 2 weeks from the end of the week for starters. Certainly don't want to disadvantage the submitters, but of course the statutory timeframes, you know, the period that one has to look at evidence that's filed in advance of a hearing, the applicant's expert evidence, and then there's a week provided by the Act for submitters' expert evidence to come in after that. So I don't think it's, you know, it wouldn't be out of step with that to have that same cadence here. But yeah, happy to relook at the dates. As I say, I think we can certainly make our best endeavours to get the technical information put forward within 2 weeks from today, for starters. It might be that then the submitters have a week and a half, you know, 6 or 7 days, if that suits.
Oh, look, it's just our ability to draw on all the information that we've had, you know, normally would just go straight into making the decision, but we're not in a position to do that as yet. So I don't want to lose the information from, you know, I've got lots of notes, but it's not the same as having it fresh in your mind. So what I'm trying to do is minimize that delay for that reason, if any. Yeah. I mean, if you want to get an expert to review the information around the storm surge, you know that now. So. Well, I'm saying that you probably are disadvantaged if we have too long before we make a decision. Right, so you still think you need 2 weeks? Okay. All right, well, do you want to stick with the longer timeframes, Mr. Randall?
Happy to, Commissioner, yeah.
Okay, so we'll stick with the dates and we can get those just confirmed so that everyone knows what the program is. So we've got 25th for the applicant to provide the technical information, the 8th of November for the submitters to provide any comment, the 11th for the reporting officers to provide any comment. Now, there's no obligation to comment on the information. It's purely providing you that opportunity. And then the 18th for the applicants for more right apply and information to support that. And agreement to the time extension. Okay, all right. Anyone got any questions on the process from here? No? Okay, all right. Well, look, after 5 o'clock. So thanks everyone for your participation. And we'll adjourn the hearing until we've received this information that's set out. And I'll just confirm those dates in a minute tomorrow when I get a chance. And at some stage, the committee will do a site visit. And if we're wishing to access any private property, we will get that arranged through Ms. Bean. But it's unlikely that we'll need to go into any houses at this stage, but we'll see how we go when we come to conclude that. But that's likely to be, in a couple of, well, what's probably now, several weeks' time. So thank you, everybody. Do we? Yeah, I'll just get my colleague to close the hearing for us. Thanks.
Tēnā, excuse me. Tēnā tātou hei whakakapi I tēnei whiwhinga tātou. Ko te pau o te aroha paupaua kia mau. Ko te pau o te aroha tiritiria kia u. Paupaua tiritiria kia mau kia u. Ko te pau o te aroha ki tēnei whiwhinga tātou. Tihei, mauri ora.